from creating any disruptive sounds. Please understand our code of conduct, and our police chief as well as fire chief is here monitoring our crowd size, so please cooperate with our public officials on that aspect. At this time, I do invite Pastor Ellen Rosenberg from the Christian and Missionary Alliance to lead us in the invocation, and thereafter Camila Lopez to lead in our Pledge of Allegiance. Camila is in the 5th grade at Anton Elementary School. Welcome, Camila, and Pastor Rosenberg, please stand. I don't see Rosenberg. I don't see Rosenberg. How about that, Rabbi? Ask him. Pastor Rosenberg, is he here? He was. Rabbi, would you please lead us in a word of invocation, sir?
How good it is for us to come together and dwell together in unity. May the unity of this city be enhanced rather than diminished. Bless us in our deliberations tonight. Bless us and bless the people of this city today and in the future. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Camilla?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be leading you in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For presentations, I invite the representative from the Chamber of Commerce to the podium to please make their announcements.
Good evening. Jim Wheeler here with General Manager Raising Cane's and the Chairman of the Board for the San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce. Here were some community announcements for the month of May. Starting tomorrow, May 2nd, come out and enjoy the 1004th National Orange Show on E Street. On E and Mill Street, which starts at 5 p.m. and runs Friday, 5 p.m., Saturday and Sunday beginning at noon. You can call 888-6788 for more details. Also tomorrow evening, the San Bernardino City Unified School District hosts their Making Hope Happen Gala at the Arrowhead Springs Resort. You can call 381-1294 for more information. Our local Inland Empire 66ers baseball team has several home games scheduled. Also beginning tomorrow at 7:05 at the San Manuel Stadium, and then again on Sunday the 5th at 2:05, Friday the 10th at 7:05, Saturday the 12th at 2:05, Tuesday the 21st at 7:05, Wednesday the 22nd at 7:05, the 23rd and 24th also at 7:05, and Saturday 26th at 2:05. You can check out their website, 66ers.com, for more information. On Saturday the 4th, the Feldheim Central Library at 555 West 6th Street will be holding their spring book fair. You can call 381-8238. Saturday the 4th, the San Bernardino City Parks and Rec Department will be celebrating Cinco de Mayo at the Court Street Square in downtown San Bernardino. You can call 384-5233 for further information. On Sunday the 5th, the Suavitos Car Club will be hosting their Cinco de Mayo celebration at La Placitia Park. You can call 855-9093 for details. And on May 10th, the fabulous musical Mamma Mia, featuring the music of ABBA, takes stage at the California Theater on the 4th, on 4th Street at 8 p.m., and then again at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. on the 11th, and 2 p.m. on Sunday the 12th. You can call the box office at 885-5152 for tickets and information. And thank you for your time tonight, and you guys have a great meeting.
Thank you very much. Next, I invite our city clerk, Gigi Hanna, to the podium to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Municipal Clerks Week, observed between May 5th through May 11th. With this proclamation, we extend appreciation to our team, our city team, that serves as an information center on the function of government. Ms. Hanna?
And if you don't mind, Mayor, I'd like to invite John Paul Mayer and Candace Alvarez from my office.
Good. Awesome. Very good. Ms. Hanna, I'm very delighted to recognize Gigi Hanna, Candace Alvarez, and John Paul Mayer. They have been designated with the wonderful credential that is known throughout the city clerk administration process. They have been designated as Master Municipal Clerks by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. We are very proud to have a team that is committed to lifelong learning. Congratulations to you all, and happy Clerks Week.
Thank you very much. I know that when I meet people, usually the second question I get after what's your name is, what exactly does a city clerk do? And what we do is we try to keep things running. And I'd really like to invite Stephanie Smith to come forward. And she has some things to say about what this designation means.
Thank you, Gigi. Mayor and Council, my name is Stephanie Smith. I am the City Clerk for the City of Murrieta, and I am the President of the California City Clerks Association. And it is my extreme honor to be here tonight representing CCAC to recognize 3 amazing municipal clerks who have each achieved the prestigious Master Municipal Clerk designation. The MMC program is an advanced professional designation granted by IIMC, which recognizes advanced continuing education and prepares participants to perform complex municipal duties. The MMC applicant must demonstrate that they've actively pursued education and professional activities. For example, they must obtain 240 in-classroom hours of education, an additional 160 hours of professional contribution to the profession. And so you might be thinking, okay, so they have to spend a little time in the classroom, but what does this really mean? Let me put this into perspective for you. According to the most recent United States Census Bureau data, there are 36,011 general purpose local governments. This includes 19,492 municipal governments and 16,519 township governments. Each one of those has what is known as a municipal clerk. Of those 36,000 general purpose local governments, how many clerks do you think have obtained the MMC? As of March of this year, just 1,353. That's less than 10% nationwide. And here in California, we have 481 incorporated cities, and most of those cities and towns have multiple clerks, especially large, complex, major cities like San Bernardino. They'll have the city clerk, they'll have an assistant, they'll have a deputy, they might have a chief deputy, all of them performing some portion of the complex clerk's role. In fact, we have over 1,000 members here in California. In California, though, only 159 have obtained the Master Municipal Clerk designation, just a little over 10%. And that's because California and cities such as yourself value education and professional development for all of your administrators and your leaders. So it is just my absolute extreme pleasure to present these certificates of professional excellence to Gigi Hanna, Candace Alvarez, and John Paul Mayer. They're kind of a big deal.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Also recognizing from our State House is Assemblymember James Ramos and other accompanying certificates. I invite you to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you, sir. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much, Mayor, City Council, all our wonderful people here at San Bernardino. It's an honor to come here and celebrate this great accomplishment with the 3 of you today. On behalf of the Assemblymember James Ramos and Eloise Gomez-Reyes, we would like to present to our city clerks, 3 of them. That is awesome. Give it up another hand for them today. When it's time to celebrate, we should celebrate, okay? So we would like to present Ms. Gigi Hanna, please come.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Candace Alvarez. Thank you. And Paul John Mayer. Thank you, sir. And these are some of the
I can pass those out. So.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
No.
Yes, can we take a really quick photo? Sorry for the
Group photo here.
Group photo here? Okay.
Come on in. Good to see you guys. Congratulations. All right. All right, next, I'm going to invite our Community and Economic Development Director, Michael Huntley. Mr. Huntley, if you would please join me at the podium to proclaim the month of May 2019 as Building Safety Month. With this proclamation, we commit to raising awareness for the importance of taking the appropriate steps in our city to implement safety codes to protect homes and businesses in our community. I want to, do we have a certificate? No certificate? All right. So this is the proclamation to recognize your department as with these efforts. So thank you, Michael, and our Community Development Department for all of your good work. This time I also include at this time, I'll invite any of our local representatives to give announcements that you may have. Mr. Dion Taylor, if you would, please.
Oh, we do not have. Thank you. Announcements is everyone have a beautiful day here today, okay? That's my announcements. That look great, awesome. Give it up for yourself. Thank you for coming out and supporting our city. We really do value. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Are there any other announcements from our local representatives? I see none. This time we'll move into our appointments section of our council calendar. I'd like to reappoint Ms. Cecilia Tony Tellicott to the Water Board. May I have a motion on that?
Move approval.
Second.
Very good. And Councilman Charette will appoint Ms. Danielle Jones to the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission. May I have a motion to that effect? Very good.
Second.
All right. If you'd cast your vote, please.
On items 3 and 4, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nickel, and all items, they passed 6-0.
Thank you. Ms. Kellicott, would you join me, please? Tony, you are a delight, and you're a delight to our city, and I want to say thank you very much for your public service. I'm very, very honored to recognize you for another commission appointment to our San Bernardino City Water Board. You lead with distinction, and we're very proud of you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just in case.
Let's do the swearing in.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Cecilia Calcott, do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies and foreign enemies,
to bear true faith and allegiance
to true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of California.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter. Thank you
Just
very
need to
much.
sign there. Did you?
Very good. Would you like to say a few words, Ms.
Well,
Kellicott?
I would.
Please.
I would. With the rabbi standing behind me, I have to be very cautious, of course. But I just want to thank the mayor and the council for my reappointment. It's been a pleasure to be associated with this great city for the many years. I think I've lived here some 45 years. I'm not sure. I have to count carefully. But with me tonight is our manager, Miguel, and our deputy general manager is Robin. And I am so proud of the people that we have that deliver quality water and oversee our sewer service in this wonderful city. And if you ever drive around and see them out working, stop by and say hi, because they are the grandest group of people. And it's not just each employee, it's their families that also support them to do the great job that they all do. So it's just an honor and a pleasure, and I look forward to my continued tenure with the Water Department and with this city. And I hope things, God bless all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure to fill a vacancy that I have on the Parks and Recreation Community Services Commission with Danielle Jones. Danielle applied. I didn't know Danielle before she applied and we met. I was very impressed with the young lady. This is a copy of the form that she filled out, and it's all single-space typed and a whole bunch of information here. She's a former employee of the City Parks Department, currently working for the San Bernardino County, and looks like a professional student. She's got a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and is currently working on 2 more master's degrees. So she'll have 3 master's degrees along with her bachelor's. I guess those are to come this year, in 2019, it says here. But I'm very pleased to welcome her to our commission. I think she'll do a great job, and I'd like to introduce Danielle Jones. Danielle, you're going to need to be sworn in here in a minute, but and why don't we just do that and get that over with?
All right. Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Danielle Jones,
I, Danielle Jones,
do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Very good job. And Danielle, I have the city pin that you can wear proudly, along with your certificate showing that you are a full-fledged commissioner on the Parks Commission. And I want to thank you very much for stepping up and getting involved with our community. I was going to read, it says, why do you want to serve on a city board or commission? And her answer was, I am passionate about creating a stronger San Bernardino for future citizens, and serving as a board member allows me to invest in the community while understanding the macro aspect of the city. So I think she's going to be a great addition to our commission. Danielle, thank you again for serving, and I present Danielle Jones, and maybe she'll say a word or two. She said I put her on the spot. She wasn't planning on a speech, so just
I'll say so.
say something.
So I would like to thank all the citizens of San Bernardino for allowing me to serve you all. I hope that I have a vision to help empower our citizens, even though at the Parks and Recreation level. And I can't wait to see what the future holds for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's your- Good handshake, too. Thank you. Okay. Right here. Yeah, sure.
Danielle, good to see you. All right, you're in the middle. There you go. Memory card full?
Good.
Almost.
All right.
Good to see you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both, for your service and commitment to our community. I also want to make an announcement about a new ad hoc committee that I'll be forming. I intend to form the Economic Development Committee, which will be comprised of 3 council members. This committee will be tasked with budget oversight authority and will focus on our fiscal stabilization, revenue generation, business attraction, and pro-growth reforms. It's critical that the council assert itself in addressing the fiscal and economic challenges we continue to face here in our city. We cannot continue to simply cut from city services to solve our fiscal challenges. We have to grow our economy and our revenues to meet the ever-increasing costs and demands of the future. We need new, bold leadership. I'm very confident that this council is ready, willing, and able to take on this challenge. This time we will move on to our public comment section. I want to invite our community. Please avail yourself of the opportunity for public comments. In about 5 minutes, we'll close off closed session submission pink or yellow slips. So I encourage you, please go ahead and fill out a slip if you're going to speak, because we're going to close it off. We have several slips. Want to encourage you you have a 3-minute time limit. Please don't repeat yourself. We understand the issues here, and we welcome you to address the council. Please abide by our code of conduct. No direct inquiries or dialogue with council members. We will have staff address your issues. I will utilize both podiums to accommodate our public comments. So when you hear your name, please be on deck. That way we can continue the process. Our city has a lot of business to conduct. We will honor a 60-minute time limit as recorded on the public meeting agenda. At this time, I will go ahead and call Paul Sanborn, followed by Keisha McGee, followed by Randy Souza. Mr. Sanborn, welcome.
How's that? Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tonight, if there's anybody here in the 3rd Ward, we'd sure appreciate you voting for Juan Figueroa. He's a good person. He's honest. And he was a fire commissioner when I was chair of the fire commission, and he was always at the meetings on time and never missed a meeting. What I come here tonight to you people, the council, we've got a problem here in San Bernardino that's keep growing and growing and growing. That Z money, I guess, evidently might come to an end on a sunset, et cetera, whatever. We need to step up to the plate and go ahead and bring this maybe at the next council meeting, that we go ahead and create a special assessment on each parcel here in the city of San Bernardino, maybe $150 or something like that, to get this police force up and running with more cops. You know, if you call in, you'll think I'm kidding you if you're not important or whatever, and I'm not even saying that. It's 31, 50 calls hanging. Not right. We need more police in this town. Anyhow, you missed the 2018. You got to kick it in gear because it has to go for 2020. If you don't get it on the ballot at 2020, we got to wait till 2022. Hey, by then, no telling what. And the revenues keep going down because people are leaving. We need to get the police force in here to get them to jack it up and get this town back to a really safe town, and people will come here, and businesses will come here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keisha McGee, followed by Randy Sosa. If we could hold applause too, that just delays our meeting. Elisa Payne, as well as Kimberly Nas. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Keisha McGee, and I'm with ICUC and a whole bunch of community leaders that's behind me and community that's behind me. And this is Keyshawn. He wants to read something to you.
The story of Spider-Man. Peter Parker was just an average kid who loved science while attending a presentation about radiation. He was bitten by a radioactive spider. This bite was gave Peter amazing abilities. He could cling to walls, leap like a spider, and sense danger. Peter used his scientific knowledge to create sticky field and web shooters. With these, he could spin webs and swing from skyscraper to skyscraper high above the streets and of New York City. He created a costume and called himself Spider-Man.
My 7-year-old is in first grade reading on a third grade level. He has an older brother, third year in college at Oakwood University in Alabama. Would not be able to be where they are without our public libraries. You cannot cut our public libraries. You cannot cut our parks and recreation, and you cannot cut the VIP program. The police department holds 70 to 80% of our budget. Maybe we can look there and see what can be put off on hold, buying new cars, maintaining a $32,000 parking structure. Don't take away our preventative things that helps San Bernardino. Please do not cut libraries and park and recreation or our VIP program. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I'm going to ask Heather Perry from Supervisor Don Rao if you would join us at the podium, and we'll take a quick recess on the public comments. Ms. Rao, Ms. Perry, you're recognized welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Some of you know me. I'm here tonight to introduce myself to those who haven't met me yet. I work for the new supervisor of the 3rd District. I realize it's a small portion of San Bernardino. Kiana Maldonado could not make it tonight. She was here, going to be here to introduce herself as well from Supervisor Gonzalez's office, but she was feeling ill, so I came on my own. I just wanted to announce a few things that the county has going on. First, one is not necessarily county, but it has to do with CalFresh, and we do work with CalFresh. So as of June 1st, 2019, SSI recipients will now be able to apply for CalFresh. So it's important that they know that. In the past, from what I understand, that's not been something that they could do. So because of Assembly Bill 1811, it will start on June 1st, so I wanted to make the public aware. Another thing we have going on as far as the county goes is Vision for Safety. So there is a little bit time left. It's Nominate a Safety Hero, and this is an individual or a person who has started a neighborhood watch, a teacher who encourages safe after-school programs, a business person who encourages their employees to learn CPR or other life-saving techniques, a child who's helped their family prepare for earthquake or fire by practicing drills or preparedness kits, and a person who's helped law enforcement with a tip that led to an arrest or prevented somebody from getting hurt. So there's, you have the in front of you, it looks like this on front, but on back it has all the information with a website that you can go to nominate somebody. It makes it a little bit easier, and in 300 words or less to tell them why. One more thing I wanted to bring up. I know a few of the council members are aware of the workforce development with the Generation Go. And today I went to the San Bernardino College district, and they just opened a lab that will be available to the public. It's a really interesting lab. If you look up my Facebook page, I'm open to the public under Heather Perry. You can see some of the pictures of the 3D printers, and they have a row of 3D printers where anybody can go in for $20 a month from Monday through Friday, 9 to 4, and they can be an entrepreneur and create things. Today they were creating tags for the upcoming Women in Manufacturing, little keychains that will be giveaways. So it's something for entrepreneurs, hobbyists, students learning to learn manufacturing in that way. 3D printing, they have a laser cutter, and what's the Disney and Chuck E. Cheese? Yes, but the Garner Holt. help them get a new machine as well. So and then the machine just went out of my head, I'm sorry. So it's been a long day. So anyhow, I just wanted to make the city who was not aware, the public that is here, of what's going on in the county. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. We appreciate that relationship with Supervisor Rao. Thank you. Our next public comment speaker, continuing with public comments, Randy Sosa, followed by Kimberly Na, followed by Alyssa Payne, followed by Steven Silvias. And we encourage use of both podiums. So Kimberly, if she's here, let's get her on deck. Mr. Sosa, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and city officials. My name is Randy Souza. I live in San Bernardino, retired captain from the LA City Fire Department, but also I'm a swim coach with the Victory Aquatics, as you see by my T-shirt. And we currently are swimming out of Cajon High School pool right now. But for over a year, the head coach and myself, pretty much just the two of us, have been restoring the Arrowhead Country Club pool. You may not be familiar with it, but it's been vacant or empty for several years, and they were actually considering filling it with dirt. Well, I'm proud to say that a lot of just sweat and tears. We had a groundbreaking fundraiser which raised about $8,000, and we quickly went through that, so we had to take a loan to do the repairs on the pool, but we're in the last strokes, and we are hoping to, depends on the weather, about getting water in it this week. So we're having the grand opening on May the 22nd. It's a grand opening fundraiser. There's still a lot of things we need to buy to put the finishing touches on it, such as a heater and things like that. But also we're going to introduce the different programs we have for the pool. And I mentioned our head coach. He is a former Olympic coach, so he's very talented. We're right now down at Riverside Community College with one of our top swimmers, and I just been informed that she's won her events already, going to state. But his brother is the mayor of Thousand Oaks, and he will be attending on May the 22nd. So I invite the mayor, the city council, and anybody that wants to come for this grand opening that we're going to have. Think you'll be very impressed with what we've done with the pool. In addition to our team using the pool, we're going to have different programs, such as a master's program that anybody here could swim in. We're going to have a lifeguard program, several other ones, but also a learn to swim program, because San Bernardino County has the highest drowning rate in California and amongst other comparable counties. So we want to help to prevent things like that from happening. So please come out to see the beauty of the restored gym that we have here in San Bernardino. We put a lot of work into it, and I think that you'll really appreciate seeing this landmark put back into service.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Kimberly Nas, followed by Alyssa Payne.
Randy, what time on the 22nd?
Followed by Steven Silveas.
Go ahead.
Ms. Nas?
What time?
It starts at 6 o'clock, and I have some flyers
Very
here.
good. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Kimberly Nas, followed by Alyssa Payne, followed by Steven Silveas. Moving on.
I'm Alyssa. I can go.
Go ahead. You're welcome.
Okay, good evening, everybody. It's with great hesitation that I become before the city council, before all of you guys, because I don't want to come off as a rebel or unappreciative neighbor. I love San Bernardino so much. Sometimes my friends and family outside the city don't understand my loyalty to the city, but they don't know the hearts of the people and the neighborhood and the community and the children. So I come across with interest in item 25. There was a temporary attempt to host like a market taco night downtown in the courtyard. It did go well for the couple days that it was allowed there, and it was immediately shut down. This week I was very lucky to attend two meetings, one at the San Bernardino Police Department for Coffee with the Cop, and one with a couple nonprofits, including We Are the Change San Bernardino. Mr. Sanchez, you were there also. A lot of residents and community members are expressing concern about not being able to have a market night. It seems like we're being met with great opposition. And it's not that we're not in favor of having rules and regulations to ensure everybody's safety and to have a good time and follow all the laws, but it would seem like it'd be a lot more helpful if we were given a more welcoming hand by the city, by council members. The person in charge, Downtown District Commander Brian Harris of that area, also expressed an interest and a support of a market night, taco night. San Bernardino is always saying that we need to grow our economy, we need to bring back life and money and business to the city, but it seems like every time we come up with an idea, it's met with great opposition. Something as a market night, like our neighboring cities have, can bring so much revenue, not only to the city, but to the people that live here, local businesses, local entrepreneurs. We can give birth to an entrepreneur, maybe who goes to a local high school or college that has an idea and wants to sell their business or item. We can stop sending all of our community and neighborhoods and residents to other cities to spend time with their family, and that's what we're having to do. I'm having to drive to Rutland with my kids and drive to Loma Linda and drive to Yucaipa when we have such a great prospect to have an event that brings together the community and local entrepreneurs and the students and teachers, and who knows what it can give birth to. If there's a way that the city could help us write an ordinance to get this going, or a temporary permit, because it seems like there's so many hoops being thrown at us, and to be realistic, nobody has the finances to jump through these hoops to get money, to make a little money and to bring life back to the city. It could bring down the crime rate. People can go to the movies and then go to market night. People can invite outside family members and say, hey, come to my city, come see what we have going on. And then there could be a local business owner that comes to market night and says, hey, you know what, I might open a store right here since everybody's here on Friday and Saturdays. It doesn't seem as bad as everybody makes it sound. So I beg you guys, I'm not asking you to break any laws or go out of your way, but find it deep within your hearts to be a helpful hand to this process. Thank you.
Very good. Our next speaker is Stephen. Stephen, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir. Turn on your microphone.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Silvius. I'm a lifelong resident of San Bernardino. I was born and raised here in the 5th Ward. I am also speaking to address an agenda item number 25, the issue with local vendors, street vending, market night, etc. Just a little background. I left the city when I graduated high school and lived all over the country and even world. Recently, 2 years ago, I moved back because I'm deeply invested in trying to help in the city and trying to do economic activity in the city. I own a house now in the 2nd Ward, and I am excited to be making my first appearance here. I took my girlfriend to Regal Cinema the other night for a date night, which was like kind of, I always try and go to Regal. I love it there, and I think a lot of the residents feel the same way, actually. It's an amazing theater. And I said, I want to take you on a walk and show you the Heritage Building because it's gorgeous and it's empty, and this is the kind of thing we need to do in this city is find a way to bring back life to streets like Court Street. I turned the corner expecting to be alone in the dark and found maybe 75 or 100 happy people eating tacos and dancing. This was by far the best date experience I could have anticipated in the city of San Bernardino. Honestly, but also reminded me of things I would have expected to find on the street in Baltimore, in Washington, D.C., in New York, and in Los Angeles, and all these places I've lived in London. I mean, it looked like we were a real city, and I was just thrilled. I can't tell you how exciting it was. I think I'm a specialist in helping early stage entrepreneurs and nonprofits raise money and scale their product. We have an obvious problem in the city where we need our residents to start businesses because residents from other places don't want to come here, right? So we have to generate our own economic activity to bootstrap, but our residents don't have a lot of capital, so it's very hard to start businesses. So Mr. Mayor, you kicked the meeting off saying we need to grow the economy. We're going to have to do it with low barrier to entry businesses. Street vending is that kind of business. It's a smart business. This particular market night was unbelievable. I understand that there are issues with making sure it's permitted correctly, and of course we all support that, but the city needs to take the initiative of saying, hey, we want to show you how to do the permitting process so that it is affordable, it is clear, the instructions are easy, and so that you know these are the rules, and if you follow the rules, you will be permitted. Not, I might be permitted if somebody says maybe yes, or I might hear back in 30 days and I have no idea. If people know it takes 30 days, but the acceptance rate is 99% or something, it's going to work out. But if it feels like it's just another way of being told, don't try something, our city is going to continue to have the same problems we've had, right? We have to tell our residents, yes. And I urge the city council to say yes to market night, to do a vendor-friendly ordinance for street vending. The whole state is trying to move in this direction because it works and it's good for local economies. And to allow food trucks as well. We need those in this city. And thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janet Cheney. Ms. Cheney, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Janet Cheney, you're up. Welcome. followed by Carolyn Meyer, followed by Thomas Fleming. Thomas Fleming and Carolyn Meyer are on deck. Ms. Cheney, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Hello, good evening. I am an animal person. A lot of people know that. I work with wildlife. All of my fur family have come from the animal shelter or they've been rescues. And I think the animal shelter is extremely important for people in this city. We need a shelter here. I'm not going to go all the way to Riverside to rescue a possum. I can't afford to. And I've worked with our animal shelter very closely on the wildlife side, and I've gotten animals from the shelter. We don't need to outsource anything more. The shelter belongs to us, to the city. Riverside has an awesome facility. They have vets on staff, but we need that here. And we have nonprofits that are willing to take over that and provide that, and they got a plan in place, and we need help from our city officials to help that happen. My other concern was the libraries. I grew up learning from the libraries. I'm an educator, and the libraries are critical for students over the summer break. The reading programs were exciting to me and helped me stay reading it's important. And we can't take that away. We really can't. And that's all I'm really concerned about. It's not all, but that's, I mean, I could go on about some other things.
You still have
but
a minute and 10 seconds if you'd like.
I was part of the market night process at Paris Hill Park, and we'd bring out hundreds of people to come. I was the entertainment special events director out there, and it was a successful event. And we'd tell the homeless people, hey, this is our event. You guys got to leave for the evening. And they respected that, and we never had problems. And it was a great event, and we need to bring something like that back. And downtown is an awesome place to do it. So I encourage that also. Please help us.
Thank you, Ms. Cheney. Our next speaker is Carolyn Meyer, followed by Thomas Fleming. Is that you, sir, Mr. Fleming? You're on deck. You're recognized, man. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I've been in the 5th Ward since 1990. But first of all, I'd like to point out in front of most all of you are boxes of crispy rice put out by Stater Brothers. This was a few years back, and if you look on the back, it is all about libraries. One of the longest and biggest employers of San Bernardino is for libraries, and please don't turn your back on it. One of the first things that I did as a new resident was go to the library. What's the local newspaper? Back in 1990, before internet, before cell phones, you had to go to a central place to find all this out. Well, for many people without these things, they still need to do that. They still need to register to vote, which is at the library. So it has a function. It's evolved into tutoring, homework clubs, creating creative writing groups, story time. I take my grandchildren there. They love to read. The first grader is at a 3rd grade level. It is vital that we do not cut these back. If you cut back the hours to the library, personally, I will go to the county library, and Highland and Ranchos are beautiful. So if I'm going that way, I'll go to Redlands to buy my products. I'll stay in Rancho to spend my money. You are going to lose tax dollars and revenue by cutting those back. You need to add more hours to the library, keep that money here, have people spend it here. There should be longer hours. The security guards that are at the branches, I don't know why we're paying people to use their cell phone for the hours that they're there, but why not citizen patrol? Have an old unit sitting in the parking lot. What a deterrent. 2 people that are volunteers in uniform. Talk about a deterrent to crime. and it costs the city nothing. I think there are things the city can do that haven't been resourced. Hey, brainstorm. We can do things that don't cost anything, but help us be a better city. Blah, 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 blah. Where am I at? I lost my place. But thank you for giving me the time to speak. And
Thank you.
Be good.
Thank you for coming. Mr. Fleming, you're recognized, followed by Faye Allridge and Robert Porter. Ms. Allridge, if you'd join me here. Thank you. Mr. Fleming.
Thank you for the time. I hope some of you are listening to some of these, what these, great people are saying, because it is really emotional. And when you go home tonight, some of you will lose some sleep if you are listening, because it is emotional. I have 4 shelter dogs in my house, and, I wouldn't have got them. They'd be on the street. They'd probably die, So that's all I got on that. It's really beautiful. And so I've been a resident here in San Bernardino for a little over a year and a half now, and I have fallen in love with this city. The great diversity and warm, friendly energy of its residents is profound. See, I'm a runner. I run all over this amazing city. People smile, wave, shout encouraging remarks, and sometimes even I get high fives from total strangers. Frankly, I am surprised at the support and positive attitudes from the residents, considering the atrocities that I see on my runs every day. It's rare to be at a location in San Bernardino that isn't littered with trash. It's rare to be at a point in San Bernardino and not see the complete degradation of a once productive and bustling city. It is rare to be at a location in San Bernardino without seeing a homeless person. Thanks to my partner, Rocio, who, I don't know if she's here, I'm not homeless at the moment. Being a former homeless veteran, I feel their pain. I ponder this question. Why doesn't the majority speak up about this utter disservice from city officials? I guess it comes down to this creed. If not me, then who? If not now, then when? When are you going to clean up the trash? When are you going to give the homeless a chance at a productive life? And another major concern I have, which I'm not going to get into detail at this time, is the amount of animal abuse I witness, where close to nothing is being done about it. And prostitution is rampant in areas, and there appears to be no one in sight. What I would like to know is this what we want our children and the future generation to see? Young women at In-N-Out high and prostituting themselves? Piles of trash all over the place? An endless amount of homeless suffering to no end? What is being done about it? What is going to be done about it? That's all I got.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Faye Aldridge, followed by Robert Porter, followed by Debbie Yoakum. Ms. Aldridge, welcome.
Hello, good evening. I'm here, I brought some booklets with me of the Constitution of the United States. And the reason why I brought that book here is to either inform you or reacquaint you with the Constitution. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights supersedes everything. Everything that you think you're doing here, ruling like a dictator, and so on and so forth, you ought to go to the Constitution and apply it. It's very important. And there's a reason why it was developed, because when the Founding Fathers came here, they didn't want to reproduce what was happening in Europe at the time. We're starting to do that, and it's disgraceful. I was glad to hear, because that was going to be one of my suggestions about starting some kind of creative thinking or attitude about how to, because I'm really here for the library. But you had announced that you're going to start a committee to be creative on getting revenues and things of that nature. The thing that bothers me is that cutback of the library, you're going to close down like 3 of them and cut back the budgets and so on and so forth. But you can think of ways to add staff to help you do your job. That also costs. So where's that money coming from? You're also giving yourself recesses during the summer. Are you cutting back your salaries? Are you cutting back your expenses? That should be done. There's money to be saved everywhere, since you can do those type of things, but you can't fund the libraries and add to the budget. To me, that's shameful. And I think that's not leadership. Another thing that libraries do is to, when you close a library or you cut back, you're dumbing down the public. If that's your goal, then that's shameful. We should be creating ways to supplement the libraries and up the budget. Otherwise, you're creating a population that's not going to be aware of anything except how to be serfs and soldiers. And that we should be beyond that. The libraries were maintained during the bankruptcy, and they can't be maintained now. That doesn't make sense to me. I think that's, I was going to suggest the committees that you had announced beforehand. And if you can't act according to the Constitution, then to me, politicians and diapers ought to be changed for the same reason.
Our next speaker is Debbie Yoakum, followed by Robert Porter. Debbie Yoakum, followed by Ms. Yoakum, you're recognized for 3 minutes, followed by Robert Porter, followed by Brenda Lynch. Ms. Yoakum, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Hi, I appreciate the time that you give us to be able to speak on this matter. I'm here about the shelter. Last time I was here, I mentioned that I was from Riverside County and that I didn't want your dogs. And I said, that's okay, I don't think you want them either. But the reality is after I left, I felt a little bad because the facts are that I would love to take your dogs in Riverside County. The reason I think that's not a great idea is because I spend a lot of time in Riverside County shelter and I see the difference between their shelter and your shelter. And the reason I'm standing here and not standing there is because I want to stand with them because I see how they support their shelter. I see that they care. They're willing to do anything, obviously. How many times have you heard the same people speak about the shelter? It's a consistent desire of theirs to make sure that their shelter stays in San Bernardino and not go anywhere else. They want to give it their time and their attention, and they want to give it their love. And the dogs benefit from all of that. And I wish I could tell you how much different it is here than it is there. It's just a whole different atmosphere, and I really appreciate the people here because their hearts are here. And that's a gift. And I don't know if you guys appreciate it the way you should because you're willing to give us, as Riverside County residents, your dogs, but you're willing to give away their money and their jobs and their animals, and that's not right. They live here. They need to have an opportunity to be here with their animals and to do what they do best, which is to give back to your community. There's so many people here that are willing to take the time and have the knowledge because they're there every day. They know more than you do about the animals. They know more than you do about the shelter. You may think that you know more because you're a professional and you're a politician, but you know what? They're professionals too. And I am as well, and I know that there's money being spent at the shelter. I went to the shelter in Corona, $2 million shelter, beautiful shelter. I know the gentleman was standing here from the police department, and he mentioned there was an $18 million shelter. He said that was what he wanted for the city of San Bernardino. I just didn't understand that because what building in San Bernardino is $18 million? It doesn't exist. I mean, we're standing in the hallway out there because this is the building that we have to come to. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It just feels like you aren't taking the opportunity. You're willing to spend their money, give their money away, give their dogs away, give their jobs away. It just doesn't seem fair. And I know you're looking at the time, and I appreciate for the minutes, the 3 minutes you gave me, and I hope that you give it more consideration than the consideration you've given it so far. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Lynch, followed by Robert Porter, followed by Keith Wisniewski. Ms. Lynch, welcome.
Thank you. I want to make sure that the City Council is well aware of recent happenings while you were off for the month of April. Riverside County Shelter Directors Robert Miller and Frank Corvino were fired by George Johnson, the CEO of the County of Riverside. Both directors had been in their positions for the past 13 years. There have been many complaints and investigations against both Robert Miller and Frank Corvino. All of these complaints through the last few years have come across the desk of the county CEO, but it wasn't until last week that he saw the extent of it and he fired them. Some of the complaints and investigations included bribery, inappropriate relationships with coworkers, not showing up to work every day, and animal cruelty, among many others. Are you aware who the director is now? One person has stepped into one of the positions, and I'm not sure if this is temporary or permanent. Are you aware that the vet who came and spoke to us 2 months ago is now the new director? And he took over the position of 2 directors who have been in their positions for 13 years. I would think we should be doing some kind of research to know what kind of experience he has in this position of being a director. I ask you all, maybe you want to step back, take a moment, reconsider a thorough investigation before doing business with this type of county organization. You are making your decision based off of a few people's opinions and not so much of a transparent organization. You are trusting them on a multi-million-dollar contract to do business with them, and this is their track record. Let me ask you, what will happen if Riverside County has more issues? Who will take care of our pets if Riverside can't? We are here for the people of San Bernardino and their animals. Please take your time, because when making this decision, because some of us have spent years looking after these animals and this shelter. Do you want to put an end to this era of kindness and compassion for this city of San Bernardino? Vote with your hearts and do what is right, because this shelter is all this city has left. I hope I will be back for more meetings. I would love to be back and give positive updates and speak about the good things that are coming with the shelter and the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Porter, followed by Keith Wisniewski and Albert Herrera. Mr. Porter, welcome.
Mayor, council, good people. I took the last meeting off, and then we had a spring break, which is really super cool. I went to the doctor and found out I had high blood pressure, so I had to get on a new medication. I didn't want to come in here and pass out or something, but I've been getting in better shape, walking the pups, and my blood pressure is back to normal. One of the reasons my blood pressure was getting pretty hard because of this dog shelter issue, Mr. Valdivia. I support you wholeheartedly, man, but I've been telling you since the beginning that this will be a very difficult issue. And I've been going to that shelter since I was a little kid, saving cats, saving at least four cats there. My uncle, my great uncle, worked there his whole life when it was the dog pound and retired from there. We have a long history with that shelter. Throughout our whole life we went there. And it's no different now than it was then, dude. It's the same. It stinks the same. It's the same concrete. We can make this work, dude. You want these people as your supporters, dude. Why do I have to answer for all this, man? Come on, you can do a little better for that. And you, Mr. Shred, you're not out of this either. Coming out of nowhere in Mulva Hill, coming back on the back end of this. I mean, that's political brinksmanship. Come on, and you know it. If you really cared about the animals, you would have been on it from day one, right? Okay, we have some good things going on in this city. We just got a homeless grant from the county, super important. Maybe we'll get some more things done, right? We just had a trash cleanup. That's important. We have a lot of stuff in our backyards that needs to go to the dumps. But when I went there and talked to them, the guy said that sometimes at the very end, he has to send people away. Well, why does he have to send people away? They're going to go dump it on the street. This is how San Bernardino has to be proactive. We got to think, wait a second. They are going to go dump that on the street. So how do we be proactive? Well, what we do, we go to the dump and say, hey, can we have a few free dump tickets for the people at the very end of the line that don't make it in time so they don't go dump that trash off at Little Mountain? These are the kinds of things where if we get proactive and we help the situation, we can have a grand taco night downtown where everybody's happy. But the city's got to hold our hands. That's why we elected you guys here, to guide us through these different things. Make it easier for us, not harder. We're letting you have HDL as a consultant. You need it now. You screwed up the process so badly, right? This will protect us. But be proactive. We can do this, Mr. Valdivia. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Our next speaker is Keith Wisniewski, followed by Albert Herrera, followed by Harry Hatch. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, San Bernardino. This is my first time here ever. But my name is Keith Wisniewski. I'm a resident of San Bernardino over 45 years. I'm not here to thank you for your hard work. Maybe 2 or 3 of you, but not all of you. I'm here to support your outsourcing of the animal shelter, but not to Riverside, not to no cities around us, not to no county. But the shelter belongs here, home in San Bernardino. The police don't belong in the shelter. We need them on the streets. San Bernardino's hurting bad, real bad. They need to make our streets more better. Together, let's work together for once. Everybody, San Bernardino residents, I know we're trying our best. You guys need to step up. We voted you in to make San Bernardino a better city. If we vote you in, we can vote you out too. I mean, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Let's save your shelter. Let's turn it over to the nonprofits. We got many of them. I think we may want to partner with the city. I think that'd be a good partnership. It won't cost the city nothing. Everything's free. We got donations. We have contractors. We have superstores. We have Lowe's. We have Home Depot. They're ready, but they don't want the city involved because they don't trust you guys. And a lot of residents in San Bernardino don't either, as of yet. But I'm gonna cut it shorter than this. But like somebody said in the state of the city, let's cut the red tape. Let's change for the better. Let's gamble. Let's rock. Let's do it. Let's stop playing games. Stop playing with our emotions. Let's keep our shelter here in the city of San Bernardino. Because you want new businesses to come in San Bernardino, new housing or whatever. They're gonna say, "Oh, you guys got a shelter? What about the libraries? What's going down downtown? I mean, come on. Let's do it, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Albert Herrera, followed by Harry Hatch, followed by Shannon Bynum. Mr. Herrera, you're recognized, sir, for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for your time and all your people up front and everybody. I appreciate it. I just want to announce I'm here for item 25. There's all these people here that are supporting, not only for the street vending and everything else, but there's people in the hallway backed up just to here to support what we're doing here, trying to help the community. We're here just to, plead and ask you guys, please work with us, help us, make it a fair trade with us, where we can open up and bring more community, more people into our streets, helping us to build a community. We are there. The times that we've had it, there was never any problems, never any trouble. We appreciate everything that you let us have, but please work with us. I mean, I don't got much more to say, but I just want to say, we're pleading with you guys. If you guys can do anything to help us, we'd be very, very grateful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Harry Hatch, followed by Shannon Bynum, followed by Jonetta Davis. Mr. Hatch, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Harry Hatch, 3990 Parkside. Mr. Mayor, I was looking over the agenda. I didn't see where that ad hoc committee that you just stated was even on the agenda. So I was just curious about that. You have a problem in the city. You're not listening to the people. The people out here are trying to tell you something. They're trying to tell you they need your help. We need your help. Please, please listen. There are a lot of things happening right now. What are you going to do about the governor's proclamation on wildland fires? Have you ever thought about that? I'm trying to bring something to you. I'm going to bring it in the right way through one of the commissions so you can do something about it and possibly eliminate one of the sources of ignition, fireworks. So, you'll be hearing from me I'll be coming back at you. I'm going to be talking to you. You're going to be listening. You might not do anything, but you're going to be listening. I would like to see that on the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Our next speaker is Shannon Bynum, followed by Ms. Davis, followed by Laurel Tusketa, I don't know. Mr. Bynum, Shannon Bynum?
Yes.
Welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Shannon Bynum, as you said. I am the Executive Director of Inland Empire Housing, Education, and Community Support Services, or Inland Empire Housing for short. We are a nonprofit community support, and we are a nonprofit organization for affordable housing. We are relatively new in San Bernardino, but we have our extension from Los Angeles, Crossroads Housing, which has been providing affordable housing for over 25 years to families in that community, which I sit on the board. But my reason to be here is just to introduce myself, to let you know that we need to communicate. We cannot be efficient and effective with our affordable housing unless we partner. So you'll be hearing from me, but I just wanted to introduce myself tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, followed by Laurel Tusketa and Desiree Sanchez. Ms. Davis, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. For those council members who are worried that our budget is not what was to be expected, should consider what their actions may do. Terminating Andrea Miller and Captain Lawhead opens this city to unnecessary lawsuits. The $39 million reserve that the last mayor had in effect is to pay for emergencies, and the increased CalPERS pensions that Ms. Ibarra is quite shocked at. It is not to be wasted on lawsuits and unnecessary increased staffing by the mayor. The following is the Sun endorsement of Treasurer Ortiz for the 3rd Ward. After meeting with Treasurer Ortiz and Juan Figueroa and considering the issues at hand, we believe voters should cast their votes for Treasurer Ortiz. Though both candidates present themselves both in person and in their ballot statements as focusing on the basics of city government, it's apparent that Ortiz has a considerably deeper understanding of how city government operates and what sort of things need to be done. For instance, whereas Figueroa offers the vague observation that City Hall should be accountable, Ortiz emphasizes paying close attention to audits of city spending and reining in unsustainable spending. On other issues, Ortiz consistently comes prepared with specific ideas in mind about how to improve basic services. On policing services, she supports the development of a mentorship program to help guide young people interested in joining the police force. On homelessness, she wants to press the city to pursue more grant funding than the city currently is to tackle the city's homeless problem. These practical ideas are simple but could be quite effective. Beyond these practicalities, it also must be said that whereas Ortiz can be trusted to be an independent representative of the 3rd Ward, Figueroa is the preferred candidate of Mayor Valdivia and an array of moneyed special interest groups. The mayor donating $2,800 from his campaign funds to Figueroa. Cannabis companies and out-of-city landlords also have donated big money to Figueroa. At a time when the city still faces considerable tumult and is still working to improve its reputation, City Hall needs an independent and prepared council member in Ward 3. Of the options, Ortiz is the only one who fits that mold. I would highly recommend that the residents of this city pay attention to what is happening in this city. Corruption is again rearing its ugly head. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laurel Tusketa, followed by Lynn Oliver, Laurel, Desiree, and then Lynn. Lynn Oliver. You missed.
I'm Laurel, yeah.
Oh, welcome.
Good evening. I would like to first thank you for taking the time to listen to our vendors and residents here. I'm representing the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice to address item number 25 regarding the street vendor ordinance, along with organizations from the community such as We Are the Change and ACLU SoCal. I would also like to thank Councilmember Teddy Sanchez for coming to our community meeting this past Monday, and also Sandra Ibarra for doing research into other market nights in other cities. I'm here to address certain points in the San Bernardino draft ordinance, taking into account taking into account feedback I've heard directly from street vendors, and I speak on behalf of San Bernardino street vendors who will be directly affected by this policy. I'm a student researcher with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, and over the past few months, in collaboration with their policy and community engagement team, I have done extensive research into street vendor policies throughout Southern California. I've also spoken to many San Bernardino street vendors about their experiences vending in our city. Tonight, along with Lizeth Mendoza, I would like to share the stories and feedback we have heard from you, and specifically, we want to summarize the points expressed at our community meeting. We have personally reviewed the draft ordinance in its entirety, and there are a few major points we would like to bring to your attention. First, requiring background checks and police department collaboration in the permit process. There are multiple reasons why our community is concerned with this part of the ordinance. First, I've heard directly from vendors that the cost of live scan fingerprinting is inhibitive to them. Considering all the other costs associated with street vending, such as the cost of health permits, cost of monthly insurance, and registering carts or vehicles, to add this additional cost would create a barrier for many street vendors who oftentimes are low income. Additionally, there is no discussion about requiring background checks in the state bill, nor any precedent for extensive police department involvement in the permit process in any other city ordinance that has been passed thus far. Language in the ordinance such as applicant shall cooperate with police department and provide police department with other documents or materials is dangerously vague and creates a culture of fear and intimidation that would absolutely discourage vendors from getting their permits. Ultimately, it is in the city's best interest to create a permit program that is easy to navigate and accessible, because permitted vendors who do not feel intimidated and alienated by this process will be more willing to seek out information regarding how to be in compliance with city regulations. We see no need to include background checks or police department involvement in the permit process, and we want to ensure that no sole entity impedes or intimidates vendors from getting permits to vend in San Bernardino. On behalf of the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, we are against the proposed ordinance, and we ask that the City Council not vote on it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Oliver, followed by Desiree Sanchez, followed by Mike Hartley. Welcome, Ms. Oliver. Desiree Sanchez, you're on deck. Mike Hartley. Ms. Oliver, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, residents. I've lived in this city since 1963. I've lived in this city since 1963. I'm here to speak on behalf of our libraries. 5 years ago, our libraries were hit very hard. I'm informed that they're to be decimated again. That's not acceptable. I've been a good citizen of this city. The water department calls and tells us we've got to cut back. We've got to water on certain days. I follow the rules. I do that. Back then, I said libraries need help. Fine. I volunteered at the libraries. For 10 years, I volunteered at the libraries. Your library is the best thing this city has. Trust me, bar none. You can apply for a job there. Most jobs require online applications as the first step to getting a job. The library will do that for you. Anything you want to look up, you can do that through the internet, through a book. You can ask somebody. People on the council want information. All they have to do is pick up the phone, and guess what? We send it over to you, whether you have one of these or not. We do that. The library provides a gathering space, for want of a better word. Even in my library, which does not have a community room to it, we provide a place to gather for writing groups, for Scrabble clubs. We provide story times, both bilingual and regular story times, if there is such a thing as a regular story time. If you want to see me in a bunny suit, that's the place to come. True. Listen to the lady from, the representative from the county, wax on poetically about her 3D printer. Library has a 3D printer. We have virtual reality machines where you can go and visit Anne Frank's house. All of these things are provided to the citizens of this library or the city at no cost. We take advantage of them. I know we do because I recognize so many faces here tonight. Nobody wants to be known as the city that closed down their libraries. Nobody wants to be known as the city that handicapped them so much so that they're virtually useless. They have to stay. We need to.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Your time is up. Our next speaker is. Go. No. Our next speaker is Desiree Sanchez, followed by Mike Hartley, followed by Matthew Sutton. Ms. Sanchez, welcome. You turn your microphone on.
My name is Desiree Sanchez. I'm a staff member at the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California's Economic Justice Program, which our office is just down the street here in the city of San Bernardino. In celebration of International Workers' Day, the ACLU is proud to stand in this room of community partners, leaders, to honor some of the hardest workers in our community, the food vendors. It is disappointing to see that the City Council is not honoring and celebrating the hardworking food vendors today, but instead you are choosing today, of all days, International Workers' Day, to mandate, regulate, and discourage food vending in our city. Regarding the agenda number 25, let's talk about the legality of the proposed ordinance under state law SB 946. In addition to being bad policy, the proposed ordinance is unlawful. The proposed ordinance violates state law and exposes the city to liability because it essentially requires vendors to provide federal identification. Under SB 946, it's enough for vendors to provide municipal IDs. The ordinance background check requirement could also expose the city to liability. It could result in additional ID requirements that violates SB 946. There are no assurances that applicants' information will be kept confidential as state law requires. Finally, the ordinance also violates state law because it imposes regulations on vendors without making any required findings, namely that these restrictions on our workers are necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare. As you know, San Bernardino, you must earn $33 an hour to pay the average rent. This discriminatory ordinance will directly impact our community members who are working to save every dollar they can to make ends meet and provide a roof over their families' heads. The ordinance requires the state and county approved food vendors to pay the city an additional undisclosed application fee. I say undisclosed because the proposed ordinance says an additional ordinance will need to be voted upon at a different time. What this doesn't say is how our already bankrupt city will need to establish and pay additional employee time, office resources, cost of the actual permits, and pay either code enforcement or even the police department to enforce this discriminatory ordinance. The high cost of food vendor applications will not cover all the necessary budget to maintain this licensure regulations program. It is imperative that you know how much money you will be taking from the budget and which resources you will be cutting to fund this new budget item, and to notify the community with proper notification to follow the legality of the Brown Act before you can vote on this ordinance, even for first reading. We urge you to not only vote no on this first reading, but encourage you to meet with the food vendors in this room. Can we get an okay, a clap from the food vendors? Which will only improve our
Ms.
economy.
Sanchez, your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Hartley, followed by Matthew Sutton, followed by Ivory Skidmore. Mr. Hartley, welcome.
Well, Mayor and City Council, Mike Hartley, 3066 Parkside Drive, San Bernardino. I am here again on behalf of the many concerned citizens of this city regarding the status of Captain Richard Lawhead, who on March 15th was put on paid administrative leave. We are dismayed that after 45 days of being put on leave, Captain Lawhead still remains at home. That after 45 days, we've not heard anything pertaining to the reasons why he was put on leave. In that time, people have come up with their own speculations as to why Captain Lawhead was put on leave, some of which are pretty far out there. But that's what happens when people who know are silent. I don't know what Captain Lawhead is feeling right now, but I can assure you a lot of citizens of San Bernardino don't feel any better without him. With all the things that are happening in San Bernardino, like homelessness, absentee landlords, apartment complexes, discarding furniture in alleyways, graffiti everywhere, code violations that are not being addressed, and the city has a police captain that has 27 years of experience sitting at home. Has the city discarded Captain Lawhead like a piece of trash? Have they thrown him out like a piece of used furniture? We hope not, because if anyone has any worth as a public servant to this community, it is Captain Lawhead. We urge you to please bring back Captain Lawhead as he left, with his dignity and his quest to make San Bernardino a better place to live, work, and raise a family. You can't replace him. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Sutton, followed by Ivory Skidmore, followed by Celia Tommen or Thomas. I can't read it. Mr. Sutton, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. It's really nice to see so many people here that care about San Bernardino. It touches my heart. I've lived in this town long enough that my mom used to work at a place called Sages. Anybody remember Sages? Yeah, back in the day. But here we are. But Sages is closed, and now it's 2019, and we've got some budget issues in this city. I'm personally hoping that San Bernardino Airport can yield us some dollars in this city as it expands. It made me sad to see how long it took for the development to take place since Norton Air Force Base pulled out so long ago. I am here tonight, though, to represent the libraries of San Bernardino. I'm a patron of Roe Branch Library. I feel that the libraries provide invaluable service to the community. I personally feel that libraries are a part of what a city is. The computers are used by people, computers are used by people looking for work. They're a place for children to study. Not all these kids have a quiet home environment to study at, and some of our libraries, such as Roe Library, provide a place. What could be much more important than the place for a kid to study? I mean, how? And so I'm asking that the libraries their hours not be cut any further than they are. Roe's open 20 hours a week as it is, and I just think it would be just a shame to lose that. When it's a hot day out, gasoline is $4 a gallon. You've got the community libraries. That are close by where it's cool in the summer for people to go to. You've got a place on Thursdays for people to take their children, at least at Roe Branch Library, where I've gone in there and there's Miss Land leading 30 kids around doing the wheels on the bus, and I think that's part of what a community is and what a city should be able to provide to its people. I don't think it's too much to ask that the libraries not be cut, that their funding not be cut any further. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ivory Skidmore, followed by Celia Tommen, followed by Treasurer Ortiz. Ivory?
Thank you.
Welcome.
When I was a little girl, I remember riding my bicycle to our hometown library. On the way home, I would have a backpack full of books that would hold me over until my next visit the following week. Now, as a mother of 3, almost 4 little ones that love the library, that love has carried over to our children. Every library visit, we have a bag of books that carry us over into our next visit, which is every week pretty much. We read an average of 2 or 3 books nightly as a family. Our local library branch is Roe, and it has been a great place for our children to go and to grow. We are greeted with smiles and by name weekly as we participate in toddler story time. Our librarians are rock stars. To hear that 3 of our smaller branches are going to be closing is just devastating to me. And so I'm here to tell you why we need to keep our libraries open. Libraries are a safe refuge. Each day when our libraries open their doors, they become shelters, learning centers, and employment centers for members of our community. It is a place where children can go and do homework, read, or escape the unsafe environments they live in. It is a place where people can search for jobs or type resumes, a place to feel welcome, secure, and to be productive. The library offers free educational resources to everyone. Books are expensive. The library provides each child with the opportunity to access materials and knowledge in a way that our school libraries are not able to. Our 7-year-old daughter expressed her gratitude last week as she is able to get her favorite book series at our Row Library. She calls it Our Library, and she's not able to get it at school because it's in such high demand, and they're not able to meet that demand. But our library is. Not to mention computers, internet, and printers that are utilized by so many. Our libraries provide family-oriented programs that help bring family and community together. Toddler story time, puppet shows, game nights, reading programs are to name a few. Our community needs that. Our libraries make community inclusion and involvement a possibility for so many families in various areas of the city. Feldheim Branch Library, let's be honest, leaves a lot to be desired as libraries go, and having only one branch to serve such a large community as ours, it borderlines on ludicrous. During your campaign, Mr. Mayor, you made promises of creatively allocating funds to support municipal program. Well, now is your chance. Over the years, with budget cuts and other things being made a priority over our libraries, they've gotten the short end of the stick. And now is our chance for our city officials to make that right. Closing our 3 smaller branches shouldn't be a consideration when trying to figure out how to manage city funds. What do we pay our taxes for if not to benefit our families? Libraries build healthy communities, and we want a healthy community. Because of the challenges our cities face, we cannot afford to take away the very institutions and programs that are helping to heal our community. Some might say that libraries are not what they used to be, but I say libraries are not antiquated. They are timeless and they are priceless. Don't sell our children and community short. Find a way to keep our libraries open.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Celia Tommen, followed by Treasurer Tees, followed by Don Carrington Hutchinson. Tommen?
Okay. Yes, my name is Celia Tommen, and I'm actually here representing the libraries. When I heard about it, like you guys were going to be closing your branch, I was devastated. I have little ones. When I was young, I grew up on the library. I got my first job going to the library, just using the computer because we were too poor to have internet or have any kind of computer. And now, and I'm a homeowner now, and you know what? I'm not too proud to go to the library because that's where I loved learning, and I don't want you guys to take it away. And when I heard it, I was ready to come and just give you guys hell. I'm serious. All I kept thinking is, why are you guys closing our libraries? How much are you guys even going to be saving? As a taxpayer, I want to know where my money is going. Where is it going? You guys are really specific on what libraries you guys want to close, but why don't you guys be specific on where that money is going? That's where I want to know. My that's where all our memories of our family go. We go to the library, we take our families there. We can't even go to the park sometimes. I know you guys are in San Bernardino. Have you guys been to the park lately? When's the last time you've taken your kids there? That's a serious question. Because it's not a park anymore. It's a homeless shelter. But you guys probably wouldn't know that if you guys had more people on you guys need to hire more police officers. We took our daughter one time. She couldn't play on the playground. There's a homeless person sleeping on the playground, urinating all over. You know what we did? We called the police center. And what they told us is we can't do anything about it. Why have parks if we can't even have our children enjoy it? There's a lot of people who don't have backyards, and we take our kids there. And you know what? And the last thing we need is to worry about our kids, touching needles because some homeless people are just shooting up, having drugs and stuff like that. We shouldn't have to worry about things like that. If we're going to have our money, have it go to somewhere to where they can actually keep our kids safe. I don't want you guys to cut the budgets because that's where a lot of the kids in San Bernardino, we really need it. And when we first moved into San Bernardino and we finally got a house, I was so excited. But then looking back at my community, you know what? I was a little sad. I saw it and I was like, man, you know what? Even I'm embarrassed to live in San Bernardino sometimes. Because I'm like, you know what? Why we're paying our home for what? It's trash everywhere. There is trash everywhere. And we as a community, that's the only thing we have is the library. We can say it's a safe haven. We can go with our families. We can go to the park. Please don't take it away. There's a difference. I know you can get online books, but there's a big difference with just reading online and on your tablets versus touching the actual book with pages. and for kids to actually be excited to pick the book, to take it. I know I got 5 seconds, but I'm going to make it count. But keep the libraries open, and that's all we ask. Okay?
Thank you. Our next speaker, Treasurer Ortiz, followed by Don Kerrigan Hutchison. Mr. Ortiz, welcome.
Mayor and Council, so I hope you guys had a really great vacation because while you were off, we met. We met on the animal shelter, and we decided, once again, don't get rid of it. Sandra, call the special meeting. Call it, put it on the agenda. You have Henry, and you have Jim, and you have Fred right there. You have the 4 votes to put it on the agenda for 2 weeks, and there's no reason you can't do it. You're available. You'll be there. They don't want the libraries closed. We sat in a meeting and we told the library board that we support them. And if $140,000 you dare to close 3 libraries, but you hand the police department $337,000 for promotions. And Sandra, let me explain something to you about how budgeting works for personnel, because you brought this up at a meeting. Every position is budgeted at top step. Not everybody is at top step. So that's why you don't see merit increases come to you, because they're already budgeted in. They're already looked at in the new fiscal year. Promotions, reclassifications, additions to budgets like what PD did, that's why it came in front of you. That's why you had to approve the expenditures. But has PD been able to explain whether or not next year or their next fiscal year, when they will have to cut 7% of their budget, that we will lose patrol positions? That during the bankruptcy years, we lost 100 patrol positions, not supervisors, not lieutenants, and not sergeants. We are top heavy. We have PERS liabilities we have to meet. These discussions, where are your questions? I don't know if it's just incompetence or lack of understanding, but either one is extremely dangerous to a city that is vital and teetering once again on the brink of bankruptcy. We can't afford for you guys to learn at our expense. You have to know what you're doing. None of us can get jobs if we just, hey, guess what? I'm a quick learner and I'll try. Sorry, not at a $126 million budget. We've been here and 5 of you are veterans. You know better, so be better. Why are we stagnant? Again, for a month, we sat here and no city business was conducted. How? You wonder why Redlands operates, why Fontana, why Rialto, why Riverside? Because they show up to their own meetings. You are elected by us, all of you, just like me. Hi, my name's Treasurer. Will you vote for me? Why? Because here's what I'm going to do. And each and every one of you did that during an election cycle. So why are you allowed to renege on everything that you said? Why are you allowed to come and make fake promises to our face and sit on that dais like we don't matter now? Because we do matter. You are our employee, like the city manager who you continually ruin in our city. We're never going to get a good city manager here because of the complete dysfunction. How do we do that? How do you keep overturning? We have great employees in the city who work so hard and tirelessly, who are kicked. Did you ask the chief of police what he's doing to pave roads when you asked the public works director how he was stopping crime in our city? What kind of correlation is that, you guys? Learn what you're doing. We're tired of it. And save the animal shelter. Put it on the agenda.
Our next speaker is Don Kerrigan Hutchison. Ms. Hutchison, you're recognized.
The manager of San Bernardino Animal Shelter, Lieutenant Frank McCumber, has put a policy in place that no one from any rescue is allowed to see any cats in isolation. Prior to this policy, a few people had access to this area to assess and photograph the cats. This helped to get the word out to the rescues. On March 26, 2019, a black kitten was admitted to SBC. He was listed as sick and put in isolation. He was put on Clavamox for an upper respiratory infection. Rescues were unaware that he was quite sick and that he needed out immediately. Nothing was sent. On April 16th, a video was taken of Scout. It showed that his condition was critical. We saw drainage coming from his nose, that he couldn't stand or walk. His back legs, in fact, were being dragged by him. As soon as it was received, I raced to SBC and pulled Scout and took him directly to a vet. The shelter had him listed as 8 months old. He weighed 2 pounds and 6 ounces. Anyone working with cats knows that a 2 to 3 month old kitten is that weight. His temperature was so low it didn't register. X-rays were taken to determine his spine or legs were broken, but they showed no fractures. They did show he was severely impacted with fecal material. Scout was put under anesthesia to remove the rotting feces from his bowel. The doctor said she had never seen any kitten so impacted, and he had not pooped in weeks. He was unable to urinate, so his bladder was expressed, and there was blood in his urine. His temperature continued to be low, and he couldn't eat. A specialist felt he could not walk because of trauma. How did that happen? He could walk and stand when he came into the shelter. Scout had pneumonia. On the evening of April 18th, he was decided that the most humane thing to do was to end his suffering and euthanize him. For 3 weeks, he was under the care of SBC, and he was never seen by a veterinarian. No one noticed that he did not poop during that time. When he didn't show improvement on Clevomox, it was not changed. When Scout suddenly could not walk or use his back legs, he was not sent to a vet. When he stopped eating, nothing was done. Shelter management never sent out an email telling rescues he was so sick that he needed out right away. That is animal abuse and neglect. And it's not the first time, nor will it be the last time. Lieutenant McCumber is in charge of everything that is done at SBC. He is guilty of animal abuse and neglect and must be removed immediately. And his policies rescinded. This should not have happened. Months ago, McCumber was allowed to continue even though many reports showed he was not doing what was best for the animals. Now is the time for the mayor and the city council to allow someone with training to manage the shelter.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. We are moving. Thank you. Thank you. We're moving on to our consent calendar, items
Mayor,
5.
through the chair,
Yes, Mr. Charette.
I feel that you're cutting off some speakers that you have speaker slips for. And I know that in the beginning, you said we were going to adhere to a 60-minute rule, which I don't know anything about. We've
So,
obviously gone beyond
I
that, but
appreciate
I
that,
don't
Mr.
think
Charette.
I don't think it's appropriate to cut off those
Okay,
people that
thank you,
have
sir.
turned in their
Thank
slips
you.
on time.
I'd
I'd like to ask the council
Mr.
if we
Charette,
can
let me draw your
allow
attention.
these people to.
Mr. Charette, let me draw your attention to item number 11. Mr. Charette, page 11 of our agenda clearly suggests that there shall not exceed 60 minutes. And so I'd like to move this item. Thank you. We appreciate your comments. We're going to move on to consent calendar. We're going to pull the council members for their items. We'll start with Councilman Sanchez. Sir, do you have any items to pull?
I have I'd like to pull item 14, and I'd like to just make a comment on item 15. Questions, comments for item 15?
Very good. Councilmember Ibarra.
I'd like to pull item 8, 12, and my colleague already said 14 and 15.
Councilman Charette. Please, no outbursts, please.
8 and 20.
8 and 20. Thank you, sir. Councilman Nickel.
I have a couple quick questions on item 10, 12, and 14. I'd like to pull item 14.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'd just like to pull item 14.
Thank you. Councilmember Mulvihill.
Item 8 has already been pulled.
Very good. And are there any administrative pulls from city attorney or city city manager? All right. And we will pull item number 14, and we will deal with it after our break. So we will reserve comment until then.
Move the balance.
Very good. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right. If members would cast their ballot or their votes, please.
Point of information. Point of information. Are we not allowed to speak at our own city council meeting anymore? I've been sitting here all this
The mayor
time.
has decided to not let you speak because
Miss Brown. Ms. Brown,
I
we need,
watch you on TV.
I know,
but
I appreciate that. We're going to let you speak. We need to conduct some business, so we'd like to advance the business calendar. We will continue with public comments after the business section.
I'm
You're welcome
glad
to
you
stay
announced
throughout
it.
the entire meeting.
Okay.
You're welcome to stay throughout the entire meeting. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. City Clerk, if you would,
Yeah, it's been for years.
if you announce the vote, please.
Mr. Charette, did you push your button?
I thought I did, I will.
Okay. On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Ms. Richard, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Our first item is pulled by several council members. Item number 8. Item number 8 on our calendar for consent is the IVDA Facility Use and License Agreement. We will begin with Councilmember Ibarra in that order. I will recognize Councilmember Ibarra.
Mayor and council, audience, I'd like to make a substitute motion on item number 8 to hold our meetings at the Fieldheim Library Wong Auditorium instead of the IVDA. We are at a time with our city that we need to look at our needs versus our wants. We do not have the luxury to spend on our wants at this time. We can hold the meetings at the library. It is a central location. It has more capacity than the IVDA. The Wong Auditorium holds 200 for attendance and IVDA 189 at no cost to our city. So I would hope that our council makes a smart choice tonight, and please second my motion to hold our meetings at Fieldheim Library.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Our next, Councilman Charette, you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Same comments. This is probably not a good location here for us. I was hoping this would be more temporary. It hasn't been, obviously, but we just are not in a position fiscally, financially, to be spending $1,800 a meeting at the IVDA. It's a wonderful facility. I wish we could meet there. It'd be great, but I don't support it, and I'll support my colleague and second her motion on meeting at Feldheim, which is no cost to us.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking at the cost of this. Nobody's mentioned the exact cost. Presumably, we have 2 meetings a month, except for the 4 that we skip for vacation, presumably. So we've got 20 meetings at $1,800 a meeting. That's $36,000 we've been paying for the regular meetings. And then the special meetings, I'm looking that we've probably, during the time period since December 19th, we've probably had at least 2 meetings per month, workshops, among other things. But let's just say during an average year, we have 1 meeting a month. That's 12 additional meetings, which adds up to, with $1,800 each, that's $21,600. So adding those 2 things together, it's about $5,700. And $5,700 is almost half, $57,000. Thank you very much. Is about halfway to what we need to keep the library branches open. And so I just suggest that we've got other priorities than to meet at IVDA. I'm not dissatisfied with meeting here. You know, we got lots of parking outside. Everybody knows where it is. It's a central place. But you know, again, I'm very much against paying $1,800 a meeting and adding up to close to $60,000 a year. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. One of the things that I would recommend is that if we're not going to move into a nicer facility, I would recommend that we stay here. Yeah. That way we don't have.
I'll retract my second, and I'll second you.
Yes.
Fine.
So if we could just continue to stay here until, because the parking at the Feldheim Library is limited, and there's also other issues there. So I would just prefer that if we're not going to do something to facilitate or to move into a better place, a better facility, then we just stay here. And I would just make a alternate motion that we.
So,
and in order to
Mayor
do that,
Pro
I need to
Tem,
retract my second, and I'll second that.
Mayor Pro Tem, why don't you do this? You could also move to table item 8, and it's done.
Okay, let's move to table it.
Is there a second?
Table item 8.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, just some clarification from,
Go ahead, Mr. Nickel. Go ahead, Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel, you're recognized. Go ahead,
Some
sir.
privileged motions.
Go ahead,
There
sir.
are some privileged motions.
Go ahead.
If I may, Madam City Attorney. Yeah. Yeah. Can I call a point of
Go ahead.
inquiry? Is that
Go
a
ahead.
privileged motion?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Is this building safe? Is this building safe, right? We
Are you
moved
asking if the
from City
building's
Hall.
structurally safe?
Yes.
I'm not qualified to answer that question. You may want to call on your city engineer.
That's why we decided to move, and I'm very concerned that we may be opening ourselves up to liability if we continue to meet in this building.
That's a closed session. So to not expose us to liability, Ms. City Attorney, should we discuss this in closed session? Would this be a better item to go back into closed
I
session?
wouldn't, my advice is not to discuss liability in open session.
Correct.
Should it be there? But, and I would answer your question, I would actually answer your question if I knew, but I don't know. I'm not qualified to answer that
All
question.
right, so why don't we do this? If it's Mayor Pro Tem, why don't we discuss this in closed session? We can talk about it and finalize some next steps.
Clarification, there's been a table and a second. Doesn't that mean that, I did?
Hold on, Mr. Charette, just a minute, please.
Well, I'm asking a
Okay, just a
legal
minute.
question.
Just a minute, Mr. Charette. Just a minute, Mr. Charette.
So we tabled it, and then there was a second, so that means that we can discuss it at a later date. Is that correct?
So,
It can be discussed now.
So that's what we'll do.
So would you like to continue and move to table?
I would just like to table it, and let's discuss it at another
Okay,
date.
very good. If there's a motion and a second, and if members would cast their vote.
On item 8, the motion to table was made by Ms. Richard, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 5 yeses to 1 abstain from Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you. Our item next pulled is item number 10. It's the first amendment to the infrastructure improvement agreement with the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. And our first council member on that item is Councilman Nickel. Sir?
I really didn't want to pull it. I just had a quick question on this. But a constituent asked me whether or not the maintenance costs, are that going to be different than what we have now? My understanding is we're actually upgrading the infrastructure. Is that going to have any long-term effect on the current maintenance costs that we experience on this infrastructure?
Yes. At this point of time, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians will be doing the pavement rehab on these streets. They will also do some concrete work. So the liability for us, we are taking over the maintenance, but the streets will be maintained at the lifetime of about 20 years.
So it actually reduces our overall
Exactly.
costs? Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had.
Is there a motion for approval? Is there?
Yeah, I'll move it.
All right. Members, cast your vote, please.
On item 12, the motion to approve was made by...
Item number 10.
I'm sorry, yes, item number 10 was made by
Nickel,
Mr. Nickel
Mulvihill.
and Mr. Mulvihill seconded it, and the item passes 6-0.
Our next item is number 12, award as of needed on-call traffic engineering consulting services agreements. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, another question from a constituent that actually has traffic engineering experience and made the statement that in a lot of cities, this is something that's actually done in-house. Maybe you could quickly elaborate on the advantages of having on-call versus having someone that's in-house specifically as a traffic engineer?
Yes, certainly. The in-house traffic engineer that we have, they are reviewing traffic report that is small in nation. Sometimes the traffic report that produced by developers is a large document that is needed an outside consultant to look at it simply because the staff have no time to look at it.
Okay.
So that is usually the money that is paid by the developer for the
It's
consultant to
covered
do
by
that review.
the fees.
It's not,
Okay.
the city will not.
Okay, yeah, I approve it. Thank you.
Councilmember Ibarra, you also had a question or comment?
Yes, actually, I wanted to table this for a later date, if possible. Prefer to make a vote on this after we discuss next year's budget.
Having heard no second, the floor motion by Councilman Charette, second by Nickel. Members would cast their vote on the floor motion.
On item 12, the motion was by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 5-1 with Ms. Ibarra voting no.
Thank you. Item number 14 will be pulled for later, and item number 15, the item has been pulled by several council members. Item number 15, the City of San Bernardino adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2019 funded by SB1, road repairs. The first speaker, Councilman Sanchez. Sir, you're recognized.
Yes, I just wanted assurances from staff that once this is submitted to the state, that we will be able to make some amendments to this. I do see a couple of projects here that I think would be better served if we use some of that money in another street with the same sort of condition index. And
Yes.
I just needed confirmation that we can make those changes.
Yes, we
and
can
that they're
make
not
the
going to be
changes.
overly burdensome.
Yes, we can make the changes in the later day, yes.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Council Member Ibarra, you also had some comments or questions?
Correct. For item 15, I was already coming with some alternate suggestions for some rehab repairs. Is that possible to provide to you at this time, or?
So because we're on a timeline for this one, and that gets to council members' question about can we revise it later, but what I'd like to do is get through the whole budget process, because this is only one fund. There are other projects and street improvements that are be funded, so it would be good for you guys to see the whole packet, and then if need be, we can come back and do a revision on this one. But I'd like you to see the whole package first before we start talking about switching things out.
Okay, so you'd rather us table it for later after the budget?
Not table, we need to submit a list, but we can revise the list if after the budget it's deemed that another project is priority.
Okay, yeah, some suggestions I had actually. Victoria, for example, that street does need a lot of repair, but have we talked to UPS and maybe Pepe's Towing, since they do travel on that street frequently with their big vehicles?
This is right now is a planning phase, and then after the project approved, we'll approach him. I believe that I hear that UPS is moving from that place, going somewhere else. I hear this rumors, so.
So those
But yeah, when we do the planning for this, and we reach out to all these businesses, the residents that on the street, tell them about the project and get their input and what need to be done. We always do that.
Okay, yeah, because I would like to
No
make
problem.
some changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So is there a floor motion for approval on item 15? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Mulvihill.
Isn't one of the criteria for use of SB1 funds is that they're extra? In other words, they're not funded by other by other parts of the budget? In other words, these are projects that are in addition to. In other words, it's not as though you can use this money for projects that you had ideas of funding in another process.
That
It
is
says to be
correct.
additional.
Yes, like Trish indicated, this is one fund that we use for street rehab. We have other funds that we will be using other streets on.
But I think SB1 funds demands that you include projects that you hadn't had on exactly.
Exactly.
You're not planning. Exactly. I'm sure, I think we do, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, there's a motion for approval by Councilman Charette with a second by Mulvihill. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Sanchez really answered my question, but I just remember meeting with Assemblymember Eloise Reyes Gomez when we talked about, when she brought this to us about SB1 money. And when we surely have a whole lot of streets that need repair, but I just want to also be mindful, or let you guys know to be mindful. There's a whole lot of streets that have been left behind in the 6th Ward, and when she walked the 6th Ward, she specifically stated that a lot of those streets, that's what she wanted to use this funding for, is for the 6th Ward in the city of San Bernardino. So I just want to make sure that, as I know that you have to prepare a list and send it to the state, but I just want to make sure that we just don't forget about one of the main reasons why the money was, we got the money in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion for approval on a second. Members would cast their vote, please.
On item 15, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 20. It's the final reading. Mr. Charette.
I just pulled it for the purpose of voting no.
Okay, is there a motion for approval? Second? All right. Members would cast their vote, please. Item number 20.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Item 20, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 5-1 with Mr. Charette voting no.
Thank you. That completes our consent calendar. We will move on to our staff
We had
reports.
14.
We're going to take
Oh,
that
okay.
a little bit later, sir. We're going to move on to our staff reports. Item number 22, it's National League of Cities Conference Update. I attended it. The information is supplied in our backup. And moving on to item number 23, this is a committee that I sit on at the state, and information is in our supplemental packet. So I want to encourage you to reach out and learn more about the Transportation, Communication, and the Public Works Committee that I sit on. Item number 24, Councilmember Ibarra, would you please provide your report on wells?
Okay, first and foremost, I'd like to tell our taxpayers that this conference that I attended was at no cost to the taxpayers. It was a scholarship. It is called the Water Education for Latino Leaders, basically for any elected official or anybody who has the capacity to vote on anything related to water issues in your communities. And what I took away from this meeting is we need affordable water. We need to be able to get that clean, fresh water from our tap instead of purchasing it. We have families that can't even afford bottled water, for example. So we got a tour at the, hold on, let me remember the name of it. It's here. Just bear with me real quick. It was at the Joint Water Pollution Control Plant. So basically what this does, all the dark water that our cities have, they clean it out. It doesn't come back to us, so don't worry about drinking it. But the beauty of this is that they put this clean water back into the ocean, which is within maybe 10 yards out from the shores, and it's attracting sea life to come back into our water. So that was something beautiful that I took away from this this conference. I met a lot of colleagues from nearby cities as well. We got to know them, but we are on the right track here in San Bernardino as well with our water. So I just wanted to share that with you. And if we can just, we're very cautious with our water use, but turning that dirty water into clean water for our oceans is something we would like to strive for, and for our communities that are underserved and impoverished that can't afford bottled water. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We appreciate your attendance at Well. I was also a member of Wells, and that was a good opportunity to learn all about water, so I hope you're enjoying that opportunity. I think I went of 2 or 3 times in my term as a councilman, so it's always a good opportunity to learn about water science and recycling efforts. Our next item is item number 25, adding Chapter 5.30 to Title 5. We'll turn to our city manager.
Mayor and council members, as a lot of the speakers have spoke tonight, we understand that there's concern over this item. It has been drafted by the Attorney's Office in conjunction with the departments. We are certainly open to any policy decisions you want to make. It's very strict. We understand that. City Attorney has done some work with some other cities that are maybe less restrictive, and she can let you know what's legal, what's not legal, but by no means are you tied to this. We are certainly open to your policy decisions on it. So I'll turn it over to Sonia.
So Mayor and council members and members of the public, we did receive a few inquiries about this model ordinance. When the law changed and the governor had signed this bill, we put together a team of folks to look at this and looked at different cities across the state. We came up with what we would have considered to be a model ordinance, and we proposed that as we worked with staff. But when I say model, that doesn't mean that it's the right ordinance for every community and every city. There are some differences. And there's two areas in particular that I was asked to review. The first area is what type of identification would the city require for an applicant for a permit. Currently, it reads that you would accept a social security card, a California ID, or a tax ID number. You can choose to accept one of those, all of those, or none of those. The intent of requiring identification, of course, was just simply to make sure the person who is applying for the permit is someone who can be identified. Some cities require only one of those forms of identification. I understand the city of Los Angeles says that any form of identification which is issued by a government is acceptable. So you have some discretion in that area. And then the second area that I believe that you had asked about, I'm forgetting this now, it was the source of identification. The background checks, of course. Also, the background checks, again, are also discretionary, up to you. Some communities find that they're useful if they've had an issue with vendors, not paying their taxes or misrepresenting themselves. If you feel that that hasn't been a problem in your community, my recommendation would be that you delete that requirement. But these are policy decisions for you to decide.
Thank you, Ms. City Attorney. We appreciate it. We want to open it up for public discussion here from council members. I just want to encourage the item before us, item 25, provides some basic guardrails. And so we are deliberating the matter before the public. Want to encourage you to use that creative thought that we use from our public comment. We certainly appreciate what public comment has said on street vending. We welcome those ideas, and so we want to ensure that we incorporate any of those ideas here in our deliberative mode here. The ordinance before us is a suggestion. The council has the authority to mark it up, strike through, and provide or delete items. So I want to just provide that basic general overview for our council members. So we'll start with Councilman Sanchez all the way up. And comments, questions, suggestions, deletions, you're on, sir. Welcome.
Packet page 749. Under ordinance creates a permitting process requiring applicants to, I would strike section 3, undergo a criminal background check. These are a couple things that I'm seeing that I would like to see revision done or stricken from the ordinance. Packet page 754, under the section 5.30.040, what would be the proposed amendment under the police department investigation? Is that through the? I'm asking legal counsel. Would they be involved so that they can conduct the background checks?
My understanding is that's how it's handled here. I could ask for confirmation.
Too many mics out.
Can we shut those mics off, please, public? Thank you.
Well, if it's for the sole purpose of, a background check.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so this would actually just allow our police department to conduct a background. When we use that term, it's a police department investigation. I would have to defer to the police department in terms of what they do as part of that investigation, but typically it's, to run a quick check to make sure there's no criminal background or anything of that nature, people that might have committed fraud or something like that. But to get details, I'd have to defer to the police department. This section just says upon the filing of it, then the Director of Finance shall transmit the application to the police department, and that the applicant shall cooperate with the police department as they do a review.
Okay. And then on same page, bottom of the page, section 5, within 3 years of the date of the application, the applicant has been convicted in a court of competent jurisdiction. I would strike that. I don't think it's overly burdensome for an applicant who wants to be able to sell here on our streets.
Okay.
These are small details here now. Packet page 756, item number 6. I would amend the, and this applies right here to the stationary sidewalk vending locations. Item 6, I would amend the 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day to an 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. I think there'd be residents who would be bothered by bells ringing at 7 in the morning. I think 8 o'clock is a good time. 10 p.m., I would drop down that to 8. So I'd reduce it. I would start it at 8, and I would do 8 to 8.
8 to 8. Okay.
Yeah, 8 to 8. Now for the roaming, sorry, no. For the stationary, I confused myself. For the stationary sidewalk vending, I would actually start at 8 o'clock, and I would actually end it super late.
8 p.m. or 8 a.m.?
So I would start it at 8 a.m., and I would actually end it, and I don't know what the restrictions may be, but I would actually end it like 3 in the morning. You're gonna get some drunk people being driven by Uber or Lyft to pick up some donuts or not donuts, whatever the case may be. As long as it's in a location that is not zoned as residential, I'm fine with that. Now on the
And just so that you know, I'm writing down these recommendations, and I assume that you're going to vote on them one by one. I'm not writing.
I'm going to make a motion that we take these items here, make notes, and bring it back.
Okay, I would do that
And that
too.
we don't vote on them one by one, but
Okay.
that I think it deserves a little bit more time anyway.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so
All right,
I'll
Council-
note all your comments.
Yep, Councilman
Okay,
Sanchez.
so we have that for the stationary. Stationary, I would start at 8 a.m. and end at like 3 in the morning following day. Now for the roaming sidewalk vending, which is permitted in residential, I would actually, item 5 on page 758, I would start it at 8 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. So the change would be to a later time for roaming sidewalk vendors. And I think that's all I have. I did have a conversation with staff, and when the council is being presented with an ordinance to pass or deny, I do think that we need council needs to be more involved in that, and it seemed like staff was receptive to that. So I think in the future, in the process of bringing this before the council should be more involved initially, even before it gets to this point.
Thank you, Councilman Sanchez. I want to also encourage our city manager. The ad hoc committee was created for legislative review, and so I did appoint a chairman and 2 accompanying ad hoc members. Perfect opportunity. I mean, shoulda, woulda, coulda, but this is also a best type of opportunity for us to vet these ordinance amendments and strike-ups through LRC. It's just a good opportunity.
I agree, and we'll talk about that. Some of those committees were dissolved back.
Understood.
Yeah, we'd have to read. Or the other thing that Councilmember and I talked about this morning is study sessions. Those
Sure.
are a good opportunity before a council meeting to vet these things
Yep.
before we bring it to you and get your ideas. That's the other thing we can do.
So Councilman Nickel is the chairman of the LRC, and I want to encourage him. I was just off conversation with him and suggesting that we possibly undertake this in LRC for strike-through. But we're here now. We're going to talk. We're going to roll call all council members for best ideas. We'll take notes, and then we'll send it to the appropriate team. Council Member Ibarra, you're recognized, ma'am.
Okay, on page 749, I also agree with ordinance item number 3 to strike it out. I would also add Number one, the only time an ID would be required is when they get their permit from the city, when they're at the counter. Not while they're out there shopping or selling. I would think when they're out selling, they would just have a special decal that we would know that they are permitted to be out in our streets. So I would add item 1, I would just add that verbiage. And I agree also with the times for stationery and sidewalk vendors, as my colleague has announced. Thank you.
Councilman,
I kind of made my comments. I'm going to reserve mine to see what's coming out of here in the next written one. I don't know that it'll be really ready to come back. I want to do this as soon as possible. I wanted to make a comment, though, that the public has been talking about, and I think we don't want to confuse an event with vendors. Market night is an event, and that should be we should follow certain procedures as if someone's going to have an event. And I don't believe personally that the city is in the business of putting on events. Now, we can be supportive of those events. We can be partners with those events. But for example, the best example that comes to my mind is the Chamber of Commerce's Route 66. That's an event that they put on that we partner with, we support, we help fund. But it's really their event, as well as I think this all kind of was predicated or came to the surface based on what was called a downtown market night the other night. And it was going to be a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday event, and going till 3 in the morning. And in fact, I'm a little concerned here. I don't know who put this flyer together. It's a great flyer. I don't know who did the marketing on it, but it can't have our logo on it. It's got the city seal on it. It's called San Bernardino Downtown Market Night with the city seal, and that just can't be. Not unless we sanction it or unless it becomes our event. So I think it's important that the public understand that we are not here to make it difficult for you. We have rules, regulations, laws, things that we have to follow here with regard to liabilities and other issues. So once our logo is on something like this, we're and the city attorney could correct me if I'm wrong, but we're becoming liable for events and things that happen that we haven't actually promoted or sanctioned or been a partner with. So that's important for the public to understand, that we're talking about vending, which is push carts and those types of things. It's all covered in the California state law. But that's not to be confused with a market night or the things that we've done here at Court Street Square, or that used to be done at Paris Hill Park, or that's done over in Redlands on State Street. Those are different kinds of events, and I just think it's important that we all understand and we define what we're talking about, and that we're not mixing them up and confusing the two. So I'm very supportive of being not necessarily a sponsor, but supportive of an organization that wants to come forward, like we are the change that put all this together, with the support of Viva La Boba, Vertimont Revitalization, San Bernardino Generation Now, the Arts Council, Connection of San Bernardino County, State Farm Insurance, FDC or FDPDC, Entertainment Limited. To have our logo on this implies that we're endorsing those organizations, and we just have to be careful. We just have to. Okay.
Sorry, no.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm not against this. I'm just trying to point it out that it has to be. We have to be collaborative, and that's. I'm here to be as collaborative as we possibly can, and still follow the laws, and still understand our responsibilities and our liabilities, and that's what I think is important for the public to understand. Thank you,
Councilman. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, well, I did attend the taco night, and I was very impressed. I was very impressed and really very heartened. And I had some of the best funnel cakes I think I've ever tried in my life. So hats off to you, fine sir. You do a great job. I think this is great. I think the whole concept of street vending, the whole idea of having a more permissive attitude toward entrepreneurs that are taking it upon themselves to really revitalize and re-energize our downtown is something we have to support. And so I think my perspective on all this is to ensure that we have some basic mechanisms in place to ensure public safety, but this is not about overburdening our vendors. And I want to make sure that what we are doing is really encouraging that entrepreneurial spirit that I think thrives in our community and unleashing it. And I think what we do tonight really needs to be focused on doing just that. So I do have a couple questions of staff just to get some clarification so that I understand sort of how this type of activity may be interpreted from a city staff, city perspective, again through the lens of having more of a permissive attitude toward this and ensuring that we don't overburden the vendors that are doing this work. But should a group of vendors wish to congregate on Court Street or some other place, they have the necessary permits and licensing. Is that an event that requires an additional permit?
I think we'd have to look at each one on an individual basis. I can't give you a blanket answer for
Okay.
that, but typically if they wanted to hold an event, they would go to the Community Development Department and ask for a special events
And
permit.
I think that's the question I have. Just because a group of vendors that are otherwise authorized and permitted to vend in the city choose to congregate at a certain time or place within the city, why should they then require an additional permit to do what they are already permitted to do?
Again, I think we'd have to look in each one as an individual. Is
Okay.
there going to be music involved? Is there going to be food involved? Is it just going to be the sidewalk carts? You're talking about
Okay.
totally different
Because
situations.
I think my perspective is, I think they should be allowed to congregate if they so choose. You know, within reason, again, as long as they are complying with the permit requirements. I don't want to then create an additional layer of bureaucracy and barrier to them doing what they're already more or less permitted to do. The other concern I have is with the permitting process itself. Can staff give us any indication in terms of what is a reasonable timeline once they've submitted all the necessary required documentation that they can expect to get that permit? I know when I apply for my business license, it's literally about 20 to 30 minutes after I submit my paperwork. Can they reasonably expect that within a very similar timeline they can get their permit once they submit that documentation?
Again, it would depend on what they're doing. Michael Huntley can speak to the process from the community development point, but what they would do is they would ask the applicant, what are you going to do at the event? How many people are
I'm
going to
not
be
talking
involved?
about event, I'm talking about sidewalk vending.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be as easy is getting a permit, coming in and going through the process.
Okay.
Yeah, that's totally different.
Because I don't want to come back here and find out that it's taking days, weeks, or months for people to get.
Depending on the ordinance that we end up with and the
Okay.
regulations that you implement.
Okay, I would just direct or encourage staff, let's find a way to make this as painless as possible, okay? Just, we don't need to overburden people that I think are really, doing legitimate work to support their families and support our community. Let's find a way to do this in a way that's obviously meets the requirements, that we don't threaten public
I think
safety.
what
but-
the council's telling us tonight is you want less regulation, and some of the things that you're talking about taking out will definitely
Yes.
lower the process.
And those are my comments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I think a lot of you guys said everything already. But one thing I want to bring to the attention is the same thing as Councilmember Sanchez is 5.30.040, which is involving the background checks. And I know that I believe that people deserve a second chance. And when you fill out an application for employment now, it is illegal to ask a person, have they been convicted of a crime? So that's not even on the application anymore. And so therefore, I think that that's something that we need to take out, because we believe in second chances, and this is a way for people to make money to assist in taking care of their families. So I think that, like Nicole said, we need to find a way to get as many people into proper regulation as quick as possible. So we want to eliminate some of the red tape. We want to also, when it comes to the identification, a lot of times, working for the Workforce Development Department, everybody has to show right-to-work documentation. And so government ID is what we require. So I think that if they produce a government ID, I think that should be enough. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill.
Yeah, I can't say much more than what's always been said. I really agree with what Councilwoman Basine has mentioned, and Henry and Fred as well. And again, the idea of, and I support the street vending, but obviously the permits that we have, the health permits have got to go through the county. We're not quite sure what takes place at that point in time, but that's absolutely needed. Having spent a year in Guatemala, you definitely do want to have health codes. A lot of my friends kind of dropped out from time to time because of that. And I did attend taco night. I didn't try the funnel cake, although I heard it was great. And so, as I say, I support vending. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I think our staff has taken good notes, and why don't we do this? We will just move to continue the item, if that's okay.
Yes, and I think we can come back
do you
to the
need
next
2
meeting.
weeks?
No, I think we can come back to the next meeting.
All right.
I just want to mention one thing. Totally got your feedback on the regulation part of it. We'll be ready to address that. I will want to talk with probably Public Works, Police Department, and Planning about the land use aspect of it.
Sure.
Because this ordinance is all about the regulation of the people. But from the land use aspect in terms of those group settings, I think we're going to need to address things like access to the sidewalks, over congregation, trash, because when you get everybody, so that may need to come back later, because, so I'll work with staff to make sure we separate those two issues. Okay.
Councilman Schreck.
Yeah, one more quick comment along those lines. I have had some complaints from business owners of people that have gathered as a group on private property. In other words, a vacant, the owner might not be around to say, get off my property. So it's just vacant, and it's an absentee owner, so they just take it and use it. So I think that's important that we address that as well, that they cannot go onto private property and set up just because it's a vacant land.
Okay, there's a motion to continue it for 2 weeks. Is there a second on it? Second. Very good. If members would cast their votes. Move to continue.
So I have the motion was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 6-0. And that's continuing it to
May 15th. Thank you.
If we needed it, that I wanted to ask if we needed it, we will aim for it. I just don't want to be pushed if we're working.
Should we say no later than the first meeting in June?
That
Is
would
that
give us some
sufficient
comfort.
time? Okay. All right. If the member, Councilman Charette, you're okay with that? Councilman Nickel? Councilman Nickel, you okay with that? June 1st?
Yeah, if needed, but
Very
I think
good.
the question is from people.
Ma'am, just a minute, please. Go ahead. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I have the same concern. I don't want to drag this out too long, but I want to make sure that we can continue to allow vendors to.
I don't think, we're not citing at the moment.
Right.
No, they can still
And so
operate.
we would just allow the status quo as we are now, before this came. And the only reason I'm asking for additional time is this is important. We heard from the public and you, and I want to make sure we get it absolutely right.
Absolutely.
So I want to have the time to do it the way you want it done.
All right, very good. Councilmember Ibarra. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and as our audience member saying, if they can temporarily vent. I went several times to the event myself. I did enjoy the funnel cakes. I enjoyed the tacos. I enjoyed the sodas. And let me tell you guys, I was there one day till maybe midnight, and people were still showing up. And it was one of those moments that you were not afraid to be out there, and you were able to interact with other residents and people visiting the city at nighttime, especially those that were coming up from the movie theaters. So if they can do that while we get all this situated, that'd be, I mean, I'd like to.
I think we're talking about two different things here. We're talking about the ordinance is just for vending only, and they would be allowed to do that. What you're talking about was a special event.
Okay, because I don't see it as a special event. It's just a place to hang out. I mean.
And I just, so that I can just, I know what, I heard what you, but we have to separate regulating someone's behavior and actions, the sidewalk vendors, from the land use aspect, which is how do we control these congregation of the carts? And so I think that aspect of it is important for safety reasons, for access to your sidewalks. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I think staff's going to need some time to take into account what you've said and make sure we come up with regulations that aren't going to stop them from doing that, right? We want to make sure it works correctly.
And just real quickly, I mean, again, I don't want to dwell on it, but I do think we really need to define vending, sidewalk vending versus an event. So, you know, I mean.
Very good. All right, we have a motion with that caveat of 30-day extension. Let's take the vote here, folks. Members would cast their votes.
The item passed 6-0.
Very good. At this time, we will call for item number 26, oral crime report and introduction of area police commanders. Ms. City Manager.
Yes, Mayor and Council, as you're aware, you approved the new area commanders, and we'd like to introduce them to you tonight. We're going to pull up their PowerPoint presentation and go through it with you.
Let's just wait a second here. They're kind of filing in. Okay, you guys can stand over there. So, good evening, Mayor and Council members. As you remember, a few months ago, you approved the problem-oriented policing and community-oriented policing strategy, and with that, we introduced that we're going to go to 5 policing districts. So, what I'm going to do is introduce and show you what those 5 policing districts look like, and then introduce you to each district commander, and then they'll be reaching out to you in the near future. Obviously, when we came up with these policing districts, we didn't want them to look like congressional districts. We wanted them to make sense and the boundaries and everything, so people, the residents in the neighborhoods and stuff like that, would know what district they lived in, and they wouldn't have to wonder how it all came and made sense. So this is what we came up with, what you see on the map there. And it is 5 policing districts, known today as A, B, C, D, E, or Western, Northern, Eastern, Southern, and Central District. I think at some point in time in the near future, I know the city wanted to go through a branding process, and I think what would be important and be valuable to the community is to look to the future of naming these districts, maybe after a geographical or historical significant point in time that's representative of that area, and then name those districts after that, because it brings some pride back in the city. You know, maybe Arrowhead, Vermont, you know, just throwing out some names right there, but they're historically significant in the city, and I think that would be kind of a neat thing to have those districts named something other than A, B, C, D, E, and stuff like that going forward. So as you can see, there are 5 districts. There is a small core downtown district, and when we looked at that, we kind of moved these districts around over the last couple of weeks, looking at how we're going to make those boundaries match up and stuff like that. And we kept coming down to that we thought that the core of the city was an important district to focus down on it very narrowly. And as you know, we have a lot of vacant properties downtown. The city wants to bring excitement downtown. Obviously, you have people who want a farmer's market and a market night and stuff like that downtown. And so we think we really need to focus some resources downtown, because we have investors, we have developers coming downtown, and we really need that to look like a safe environment for people to invest and bring those people to the community. So although it is a small district, the resources as far as patrol officers will be less than they are for the other districts. So obviously, the call volumes in the other districts are going to be higher, and they're going to have a higher need for police officers. But we wanted to focus down on a small area. But that in mind, that district commander, in addition to having those officers assigned to him that are, or her, that are going to be much smaller, they also have picked up some other administrative responsibilities for the officers that are assigned to the front desk of the police department, the traffic unit. So they have a lot of other officers assigned to them because their district is going to be smaller. So representatively, they're still going to have probably the same number of people assigned to them for the purpose of oversight and management. So the first district commander that we're going to have from the Western District is Lieutenant Michelle Mahan. and she's right over here. She's been with the department for 23 years. She actually is the second in line on a 3-generation line of employees for the city in the police department. Her mother worked at the police department as a forensic specialist, and she came on as a police department, and currently her son is also a police officer in the city. She graduated from Cajon High School, so she is a local product of our school system here, and came up and grew up in the city. She's a graduate of Cajon, as I mentioned. She has a Bachelor of Science in Psychology and is currently pursuing a Master of Science in Industrial and Organizational Psychology. She's held a variety of assignments. Most recently, she was a sergeant assigned to homicide, so she has a good level of experience across investigative assignments and stuff like that, and she'll do a phenomenal job for us in the Western District. The next is the Baker District or Northern District. And as you see, it's the area that kind of is the blue area right there, kind of going all the way up to the Pine Kendall area, starting kind of in the core center part of the town and going up. And that lieutenant will be Lieutenant Jennifer Carell, the Northern District. She was born here in the Inland Empire. She's been a police officer for 16 years, and she's also had a variety of assignments across the police department. Most recently, she was our special events supervisor and in charge of emergency management and some other assignments, and she did a phenomenal job there. She also, you might have seen her, she is on the part of the mounted enforcement team, and most recently, as not part of the police department, but a part of a horse unit that she's in. She marched in the Rose Parade most recently, so that was kind of a cool thing to see her on TV in there. She's been married to for 15 years, and actually her husband is a retired police officer for the city. She has 2 young children, ages 4 and 12. And one thing I do want to point out, with the recent appointment and promotions of Lieutenant Carell and Lieutenant Mahan, we're a couple months late, but we made women's history in the police department. It's the first time in our police department's history that we've had 4 women assigned to management positions in the police department. Currently, Captain Vicky Cervantes is an acting captain, and then we have also Lieutenant Shauna Gates as well. So that's 4 women. That's a big achievement for us here in the police department. So next up is the Eastern District, and that district commander is Eric Fyvie. He's been on the department for 26 years. He's also had a variety of assignments to include SWAT, Patrol Field Training Officer, Administrative Sergeant, Intelligence Bureau Supervisor, and quite a host of other assignments in his career. He has an Associate of Arts degree in Criminal Justice and a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice and Leadership and Administration. He's a graduate of the Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute, and he also has certificates from Texas A&M in Emergency Management and a certification through the California Office of Emergency Services. He actually filled in the role before we hired Eric Hayden as the emergency manager for the city of San Bernardino. So he has a whole host of experience in emergency management. And he kind of started our CERT program in the city a couple years ago, which actually is a phenomenal unit. I encourage everybody in the community to be involved in that. It's important that we have those community volunteers if some emergency were to happen, able to mobilize a lot of people in the community to help out. Then we have that's the Charlotte District. And then we have the Downtown District Commander, is actually Lieutenant Brian Harris. Brian's been on the police department for 23 years. Or been a police officer for 23 years, 5 years as a San Gabriel police officer, 18 years with the city of San Bernardino. And he also, in addition to that, has experience as a military policeman for the United States Marine Corps. He has a Bachelor of Science in Business Management and a Master of Arts in Executive Leadership. He's also a graduate of the Sherman Block Leadership Institute, LAPD Leadership, and is currently attending the Post Command College. He's worked a variety of assignments as well. As the most tenured assignment that he had was he was in SWAT for 14 years, 5 of which he was also the SWAT team leader. So a whole host of experience there. And that's the Downtown District, as you can see right there. And then lastly, the Southern District Commander is Lieutenant Mike Pasavage. He's been a police officer for 29 years. He's been assigned to problem area policing in the past. He was a district resource officer, a traffic officer. He worked on the Rapid Deployment Force, and also bicycle mounted enforcement. As a detective, he did identity theft, which encompasses elder abuse, real estate fraud, and forgery. And he was a sergeant assigned to patrol as a shift supervisor and worked a variety of assignments. He is most recently served as one of the assistant watch commanders for the last couple of years. So we're in the process of, we've named the 5 district commanders. We're in the process of actually working through getting them assigned to sergeant and then some district staff. And so these will be the point of contact from people who live in those districts to get the ball rolling should they have an event or a problem that occurs in their neighborhood where they live. And while we've always struggled with response times, what they're going to be doing is looking at the underlying causes of those crimes that happen that cause us to have a large number of response to calls. So they'll have district officers that are assigned to them that look at chronic service drains, that look at other types of crimes that are going on, and how can they prevent those crimes from happening or reduce them in significance so that it allows officers to be freed up and not respond to so many calls. So that will be their responsibility. In addition to that, they'll also have administrative oversight of the officers that are assigned to patrol in their district. And so they do have quite a few officers assigned to them, each roughly about 30 to 35 officers that are assigned to them administratively, and some of them directly managed. So those are our 5 district commanders. And those that are new are really enjoying the fact that they're exempt employees and here late at night. So thank you. And that is the Southern District there. So we want to move on to the crime stats for the first quarter of the year. And as you can see, this breaks it down into uniform crime reports. What's important to understand is that when we report crime to California DOJ and then subsequently to the California DOJ, it's reported by what the federal government defines as a crime. So it's not by our state statute, because every state has its own crime and own definitions of crime. And so this basically makes it so that everybody reports crime the same way on the federal level, so we can compare and contrast everybody against each other across the state. So as you can see, those are our homicide numbers up for the first quarter. Is in blue, or kind of a purplish blue, and then it's reflected upon that period in time from last year. And it then gives the difference whether it's a break even or if it's up or down. And so what we're looking at here are Part 1 crimes, and that encompasses homicide, rape, burglary, thefts, and robberies, I think, on there. And so I'll give you a few seconds to look at that, but most importantly to look at is overall crime. Part 1 crimes are up 0.24%, so 0.25% the crime is up overall, but violent crime is down 4.93%. So while crime is up 0.25%, it's because the property crime is up, and that's reflective of what we're seeing across the state in the change in the prison realignment and the de-emphasis on property crimes and the prosecution of property crimes. So you're starting to see those go up over time, but what the state and the purpose of realignment, prison realignment.
Yeah, let's, just a moment, Chief. Let's close the doors, if we could, please, to limit the chatter in the lobby. We appreciate it. If you would close those doors. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
So the purpose of prison realignment was to free up space in prisons for people who are violent offenders, and then create that available bed space to house those individuals while putting a de-emphasis on property crimes, and then many of those people would be referred down to the local jurisdiction or the county jails, and then if bed space is not available, be pushed out on the street on probation or parole. And that's kind of reflected on maybe one reason why you see the violent crime trending down by almost 5%, but property crime up very slightly. And violent crime is categorized by murder, non-negligent homicide, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault. And then property crimes are burglary, motor vehicle theft, larceny, theft, and arson are the nonviolent crimes.
Yeah, just real quick, what constitutes a reported crime? And focus on report. Is it when somebody calls, or is it when an officer responds, or when does that become a statistic?
You know, it's interesting to note that there's been a discussion with in the criminal justice system for a long, long time. How do we report crimes? And there's actually going to be a change on how crimes are reported in the very near future as far as to the federal level. So there are a lot of crimes that go on that are unreported. And of course, those crimes do not make it into the crime stats because we're not aware of them. So these are reflective of crimes that are actually reported to the police department. So you don't necessarily have to respond. So we have an online mechanism for some theft reports. So someone can go online and make a theft report online. Doesn't mean that we actually responded out to the scene. So there is an ability for people to make that online report, but most of the reported crimes we actually respond out to.
Okay, so when somebody calls and dispatch takes that call, is that reportable?
No,
Even
it
though
has
it
to
hasn't?
actually have a crime report taken.
It has to have a crime report. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
No.
Oh, okay,
So-
all right.
I don't want to shortcut it here.
Continue, please.
So that's the crime statistics in a nutshell. Now, one thing is that we have to look at is that we have to, every month, we get the reported crime. So, for example, when we look at aggravated assault in the state of California, a lot of our domestic violence cases get categorized as an aggravated assault. However, the nature of the injury might be very minor. So when you report that over to a UCR stat, that comes down as a simple battery, and not because the feds categorize it by the type of injury, not by who was involved in the crime. So that's why it's real important for us to go through and audit the numbers, because we have to change those numbers from aggravated assault to a battery. And so it's very important for us to wait till that audit is done. And it takes usually about 3 weeks after each month or after each quarter to complete those numbers to make sure that they're accurate and what we're really reporting is the true numbers. So one thing that really goes unseen a lot is we have a large number of traffic fatalities in the city. And you guys get to hear those sometimes because you see when it happens in your ward, you find out about it. But we have nearly as many traffic fatalities as we do homicides in the city. And a lot of people talk about the homicide numbers, but they don't really talk about the traffic fatality numbers. And so, for example, last year we had 38 traffic fatalities. 19 of those involved cars or vehicles hitting pedestrians. And that's a big number, 19. 3 of those involved an automobile versus a motorcycle. 5 were as a result of 2 cars hitting each other. 8 involved just a vehicle crashing and someone being killed. And then 3 of those last year involved autos versus bikes. And so what we want to look at also, that was the numbers for last year, but where are we this year? So this year in 2018, we had 10 traffic fatalities. This year we're at 5. And then you can see the numbers down there. We had, that was reflective of a lot more auto versus pedestrian last year at this point versus this year. And then solo vehicles, we had 4 last year and none so far this year. And so those are important numbers. And the numbers we had a couple most after the reporting period for the quarter, so those numbers are going up. So when we look at crime and we look at traffic fatalities and we look at a lot of different things, part of that restructure of the police department to go into community-oriented policing was to restructure some of our proactive teams and how we're looking at crime. So obviously we're going to have a unit that kind of focuses on the career offender, career criminals, and gangs, but we're also going to focus and make our traffic unit more robust. As you can see, we have a traffic problem. We have people getting hit and killed by cars on a regular basis, and we need to address those issues. So we're going to have the traffic unit. Right now we currently have 4 officers assigned to traffic. We're going to bring that number up. We're also looking at human trafficking as a major issue. We had some people in the public address that issue earlier, and that's something that we're going to build a team. During my career here, nearly 28 years, we've never really had any more than 3 people assigned to human trafficking or prostitution, it was referred to back in or vice in the old days. We're going to push to put that number up closer to 10 because we think we do have a major human trafficking problem. And it's not just the trafficking of the individuals involved that are being victimized. We have human trafficking has kind of evolved to where there's a lot of violent crime associated with that, in addition to, of course, the abuse of the person being trafficked and stuff like that. So it's something we really need to drill down on and focus on. And so we're going to also have a narcotics team, which we haven't had a dedicated narcotics team to deal with a lot of narcotics problems because there is other crimes associated with narcotics as well. So these teams will be, some of them will be implemented as soon as possible. Others will be rolled out a little bit more slowly because we do have a number of officers that are still in the pipeline to become full-time police officers. They still are in the academy. They have to go through the field training program. And as we're able to put people back in patrol and pull people out of patrol to go into these specialized details, because it's still important, patrol is still the #1 focus on making sure we have people to respond to calls. We don't want to pull those people out prematurely before we have people to backfill in behind them. So we're going to backfill behind those people and constitute these teams, and they'll be getting put together as soon as we can. Because I think we really need to get out there. We need to start affecting those numbers because at the end of the day, as we drive down the crime numbers, which I think we will do with a reinvigorated effort on a lot of these crimes and focus down on the districts and what's going on in there, that we will see the crime numbers down. We will eventually see people move to the city, and we will see the economics of the city come back up and see the city go in the places we want to see it go.
Great.
So with that, any questions?
Chief, I want to compliment your department for the very good work that you're focused in on reorganization of the police department. Many of the calls that I have received in the mayor's office suggest the dispatch wait times, and so my encouragement to you and to our department is that we make sure that we continually improve those inefficiencies where possible. I'm very, very grateful to see some of the crime statistics here reduced, and very happy to hear of the increased traffic enforcement. Some of the concerns that I have on traffic enforcement, certainly for our public, is the greater the opportunity for our motor cops to be out there checking these, what many of our operators in the community have said, you know, there's a lot of criminal activity that, of course, transpires in those unregistered vehicles, the license plates and the tags that need updated. And so I appreciate that. Thank you. Traffic enforcement certainly needs to be increased, certainly around our city schools and our crosswalk and our public right-of-way areas, especially in the pedestrian areas. A lot of traffic accidents and fatalities and vehicular incidents can be, I think, be certainly impacted with our traffic enforcement, so I want to salute you. Thank you. And then finally, the human trafficking, the resources necessary to combat that. I want to encourage our department to work with our state and federal agencies to make sure that we have and bolster those opportunities to get grants where necessary, and look at the partnership opportunities with even our county sheriff's department, and I'm sure that they have a task force that would help and lend support here to our efforts in human trafficking, specifically along Baseline and certainly 5th Street. But there are those other areas that your department is well aware of. We have seen, as former councilman for the 3rd District, I've seen some seedy operations going on along Hospitality Lane. So I want to also encourage you to make sure that we cover the Hospitality Lane hotel districts and make sure that the human trafficking components doesn't go down and wreck our gem of the community. So we appreciate what you're doing. We thank you for the leadership. We're very grateful for our commanders, and we're looking forward to work with them. Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, no, I also think I really appreciate the work you're doing, and I'm really encouraged by this new model that we're going to. I know that we publish the crime stats on the website, and I know that you can see geographic representations of that. Is there any way maybe in the future we could start to see that data in the context of these 5 districts? My assumption is that you're going to probably have different types of challenges in different districts. And I think what I'm hoping we start to get out of this process as we start to see over time what this data starts to tell us, looking at some strategies that we can start looking at from a policy perspective, investments that we might make, technology we might consider that might address some of those specific issues that we have in particular districts. So specifically, I know in the north end, a lot of the crime that we deal with is more property crime, not so much a lot of the violent type crime, but nonetheless, it's still crime. And I think my interest is that we really start to tackle the specific challenges we confront and finding innovative ways that we can begin addressing that. Might we start seeing this data perhaps presented? Is there a way we can do that? Is it going to be difficult to present in the district format based on the structure we have now?
It won't be. The IT staff is in the process of actually setting that up so we can do it by district.
Okay.
And then you'll be also able to go at your leisure whenever you want. And if you don't understand how it works, we can provide some instruction. But we have Crime View mapping on our website, which allows you, it'll be able to do it by district, or you can actually do it within a couple block radius of a certain address. You can go on there and see almost real time the crime that's occurring within a certain area.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of, when it comes to discussing strategies to address crime, how much of that should take place in a public forum and how much of that should probably take place outside of a public forum. But I want to encourage whatever we need to do to assist the department to really start to address the crime and safety issues we have, that we find ways to do it. And I just encourage you to do that, and you have my support in terms of whatever strategies we need to
And one thing that's really important is those district commanders to get out there in the district. And they've already started that. You might have seen that there was a Coffee with a Cop where they all went out there and met members of the public, and that will continue. But they've also been directed to go out and within their district find community groups that meet on a regular basis and go to those meetings and to get out there and really get to know the people that live and work in their district. Because you're right, every district is unique in the challenges that they face, but they're equally important to the people who live there, regardless of what they are. And it's important to get that feedback from the public so that we're aware of those issues that are important to them and that we provide the expected level of service that they want.
Yeah, and I'm hearing that from businesses and residents as well. I think they're very, very excited now to meet their new commander, and so the sooner we can get that process underway as well, you certainly have my support in terms of whatever we need to do.
In the past, we had maybe 2 people that they could go to those issues, and now, and they have, of course, had the whole city at large, where now you're going to break it down to a manageable area for each district commander, and they're going to have that person as a point of contact to deal with specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councilman Charette.
Thank you. We all agreed that these PowerPoints would be given to us ahead of time, and it's been very, very helpful. Though I'd like to make one comment to not just you, but the entire city staff as a former printer that uses a lot of ink. Let's kind of dispense with the big reverse blackouts and that type of stuff, whether it's blue, black, or red. I say that somewhat jokingly, but believe it or not, that's a lot of ink being used. And I printed this one at home because this one was on the desk when I got here. Printed this one at home, and it's using an awful lot of ink. So that would be helpful wherever we can do that. My main comment is I'm glad to see this moving forward. I think we need to make sure that we have a benchmark. One of the biggest concerns I think that the public always comments on is the response times. And unless we come up with a benchmark like what we did, what the response times were, say, for the month of March, and then starting with May and watching under the new, or whenever's a good cutoff time, to be able to monitor that we're showing progress with response times. As I understand it, you have basically 4 categories of response times: emergency, priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. Is that correct?
I think there's another one in there.
Oh, there may be a 5th one. So an emergency call, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4. I mean, it's basically 5 categories.
Right.
So whatever the number of categories, I think we ought to be breaking that down and seeing what the response time's on, so that the whole idea of this is to reduce response times and to be sure that we're achieving that with this new model.
And let me address response times, if I could, for a second. Our officers have a phenomenal response time from when they get the call. The problem is we have a capacity issue with availability of officers to meet the demand of the calls. And so while that wait time is there, the underlying root of the community policing and then having the resources for the district managers is to look at those root causes of the calls for service, and then trying to pare those back to where we get to where those problem calls aren't coming in any longer, which then for those lower level response times will become better.
Okay. Well, along that, I think it's important to note that, and I'm not sure how we're going to deal with this, probably in the budgeting process, but by reclassifying those 7 positions that we did, I didn't support that. In fact, it was a 5-1 vote, but by reclassifying those 7 positions, those 5 sergeants and the 2 lieutenants, it's my understanding that we basically eliminated positions at lower level. And you just talked about not having enough capacity. So we've now got essentially 7, maybe it doesn't work out exactly that way, but theoretically 7 fewer patrol officers based on those reclassification of those positions. So that's a concern of mine, because that's where we really need the help, is we really need the help on the streets, getting those officers, I don't know what they're called, officers, patrol, whatever, the people that are on the streets, getting to those calls just as quickly as possible. And so I'm concerned, it was mentioned by by somebody tonight, that we're a little top-heavy, and I've had that comment made in terms of management, and we need to be making sure that our proportions, our ratios are proper and best practices. My understanding is Fontana has 1 chief, not an assistant, just 1 chief and 2 captains. We have 4 captains and a chief and an assistant chief. And if that's what we need, and that's what we need, but if we can do it with fewer at the top and more on the streets, I think that's really the model we need to be looking at, and the direction we should be going. If you aren't, and I don't mean to offend you, I assume that's the direction we would always be going, would be to get more people, more officers on the street in patrol cars making those calls.
I think what's important to consider is that you can have 100 more police officers, but if they're not working efficiently and being properly supervised and managed, you're not going to get any higher productivity out of it.
I agree with management, but you need a lot of people getting the work done, and in a company, you generally have a lot fewer managers than you do with the risk of offending someone, the worker bees.
I think that,
I'm very concerned about it. The bankruptcy, we laid off a lot of officers. I don't think we cut into the management as much as we maybe should have or could have. And with some of these reclassifications, I'm just concerned about the top-heavy management. And I do believe in management. I understand that.
I think that's something too important. Instead of looking at Fontana, I would consider Riverside. And when you look at Riverside, you would find very quickly that they have a far higher number of supervisors and managers than we do per capita in the officers, and that's as a result of a consent decree where they had a major incident happen, and as a finding of that is that they did not have adequate number of supervisors and managers, and they were ordered by the court to increase those numbers. And I don't think that we're anywhere near the numbers that Riverside has as far as supervisors and managers, but I don't think that we would want to go there as a result of a consent decree.
Well, I agree with
you.
the
Investing in making sure that we
and I certainly, I'm not qualified I'm just, there's been made comments that we may be a bit top-heavy, and I just want to look into it and make sure that we're best practices and that we've got the most bang for our buck. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Ibarra.
Thank you for all you guys are doing. We do appreciate you. You're tackling the crime for us when we don't want to put our lives in danger. You do. So thank you for that. My questions, I have several, but the first one is, how do we get a hold of the lieutenants that are going to be covering those areas? I have 2 community meetings going on next week. I'd love to introduce them to those the DMV Neighborhood Association and the Muscopiabi Neighborhood Association. That's my first question. And also, I want to see how were the districts determined? Was it the population? Was it the crime? Also, how were the officers determined? And if somebody needs a bilingual officer to talk to, what resources are you providing?
We have, I'll address the bilingual thing. We have a lot of officers on the department that are bilingual. Officers still also have the ability to call a translator on the phone, and then they can have that person. That's a contract that we have, and they can utilize that. And then a lot of officers have smartphones, and they can utilize that really quickly by using an app and going back and forth for translation. But that being said, we do have a lot of officers that are bilingual on the department. So it doesn't seem to be as much of an issue, as some people make it out to be. As far as the districts, for us, it kind of worked off the historical data, what we had in the past for districts, but kind of tinkered it with a little bit for what we see today as being what the needs of the districts are. And it's not necessarily the population or the crime stats, it's what kind of made sense geographically. There's natural boundaries as far as the freeways and certain main thoroughfares in the city that people recognize. So it's important for us to make sure that people understand very easily what district they lived in and who they'd be if they needed to have if they had a problem, what district commander or what district they lived in, so they could report it to that local person and stuff. As far as the district commanders, I can forward you. I'll have someone forward you their numbers, and they'll be posted on the website as well for the public to have. So we want to make sure that they're very accessible. They've already gone out there in community meetings, and as I mentioned, we very much are encouraging them to be engaged in the community. Join service groups in that district or whatever that district might have. Be engaged, be out there. I want people to know who they are. I want them to know the community, and that's very important. And then we kind of look, the district commanders, we kind of, figured out who would work best, and they're going to have a number 2 person, a sergeant. So we're also going to have an opportunity to put another person in that works directly with the public in that district. And those lieutenants will be able to kind of select that person that kind of matches them, because they have to be able to work with somebody, although we all get along with each other like everybody else does at work. But they're going to be able to have that opportunity to select a sergeant that works with them. And then they'll also go through the process of selecting a group of individuals that work in their district officers to deal with those chronic service drains and problem issues in the district.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right. Are there any other comments? If not, sir, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, a lot of the comments already been made, but one of the things in the community is we definitely want to see with this new community policing, we definitely want to see the response times being cut as much as we can possibly cut them. And I'm excited to see that we're starting this community policing. I want to make sure that we do get reports back to see how it's working, and not within a year, maybe within the first quarter, to get back some reports to talk about the response times and the different crimes that happen in different parts of the city. Are they decreasing or are they increasing? But we definitely want to make sure that we're using the right model, and maybe there might be a point in time where you may have to tweak something a little bit, and bring it back to the community and let us know that everything is okay, and then we can tweak some things.
And we do intend to bring a quarterly crime report, and with that we can add response times and other types of things that we want to put on that for the council. But each district commander will be going out in their district and reporting on those very same issues specific to that district, because I think it's important for the community to hear that in that district where they are responsible for, and then them to also receive feedback from the community.
Very good. Interfacing with our policing department is extremely important, and we're grateful. I want to encourage our city manager to make sure that we get these, please, quarterly. These updates are very, very useful for the public, and it certainly bodes well for our department to have that rational, the public's input and interest in this. This is important. So, again, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, we will take a 15-minute recess. We've been here for about 4 hours already with no break, so we will take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
Amendment number to agreement with HDL for the Cannabis Management Program. The recommendation is to adopt resolution number 2019-62 of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving amendment number 2 to the consulting services agreement with Hinderleiter, DeLamas, and Associates, which is also known as HDL. Number 1 is to increase the total amount of the contract to a total amount not to exceed $764,613.50 and an annual amount not to exceed $149,600. Number 2, to add additional services to include on-site business compliance inspections, annual financial audits, and technical assistance and subject matter expertise. And number 3, extend the term of the agreement to May 31st, 2022 for the Commercial Cannabis Management Program and include 2 one-year extensions. Staff.
Councilmember Richard, I believe there were several council members that pulled this item, so their questions can be directed to HDL representative is here, Stephanie is here, and Mike Huntley is here to answer.
Thank you.
Is a representative from HCL here right now? I met him in the hallway. Is he out here?
Yes, he is here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if we could, I'd like to direct some of the questions to him. If you could come to the podium, I'd appreciate that. So I know we had a little bit of a struggle during the special meeting when we were awarding those licenses. You were still under contract with the city, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Just wanted kind of an idea of your participation in that final process. We're not talking the phases. We're talking about when it came time for the council to finally award those. Were you present here at the time? Were you directed?
Council member, if I may, I think we have to deal with the item at hand tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, is there going to be another presentation?
Well, they're here to answer your questions.
Oh, okay. All right.
Consent,
I
may
may have. Okay, yeah. Simply, I think that I'd like to make a motion that we grant this contract now, that we approve this contract now, but also direct staff to draw up a request for proposal, and that HDL, along with any other applicants who may choose to participate, make their proposals, and then award a consultant that'll best serve the interests of our city. So I would say, out of respect to all the applicants who have waited long enough, that we proceed with this so there is no longer a delay in going through the process. But at the same time, I would like to direct staff that we draw up an RFP.
So is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Do we want to hear the staff report?
The staff report, yeah, I'm fine.
For the benefit of the council and for the public, so really what is in front of the council tonight is an amendment. So this is the second amendment to a contract between the City of San Bernardino and HDL. And what it's related to is the Commercial Cannabis Management Program. As the public and council is aware, we've spent quite some time going through a process. Council had awarded a total of 16 permits associated with application that were submitted to the city. So now we've gone past phase 4. We're starting a new phase, and as staff evaluates the opportunity to move these applications forward. I think that's been pretty critical, and that's what council has directed of staff, is to do what we can to expedite these applications. So there's a number of things that HDL is going to do for us, but I really want to focus on one of the more critical ones, and that's really in the staff report. It's the technical assistance by the consultant. And what I will say is this, is that, so as of today, there's two not applications, but 2 plans that have been submitted by 2 of the applicants to proceed with the review of those. And really, staff will go through those plans, evaluate it based on the local regulations, right? That's our local cannabis regulations. But it's also pretty critical that we also have, and we retain HDL at this point, to help us evaluate those plans based on state regulations. What we're trying to avoid is there to be a hiccup or an issue with holding it up, not from our side, but from the state side possibly. So having an extra set of eyes who's technically familiar with the state regulations will help us go through the proposed plans, ensure they're compliant with local and state regulations so they can get through our permitting process, get the permits issued, and then at that point move on to the next step, which is working through the state of California. So really that's the one critical thing. And I'd say out of all three objectives that's identified within your staff report, that's probably the most important. And I do say that is there are some newer consultants out there that are getting themselves up to speed with cannabis regulations, but at this point, retaining HDL at this point to continue to assist us is a good point of departure, so we have consistency. Going out and doing an RFP, I think, is probably a good idea to see who else is out there today, because things continue to change. So really, we're recommending approval of HDL at this point, so they can provide the technical expertise to us so we can proceed and get things done and minimize those hiccups or issues that might occur if we don't have them on board. They're also going to provide inspection services for us out in the field to kind of eyeball and kind of see some of the things as they are doing the tenant improvements in the facilities that we issued those permits. So really at this point, we think they're the most technically adept in the industry right now. And they think really at this point, the intent is to move forward with them, help them work hand in hand. It's kind of an extension to city staff, and that'll help us get things through and done. And then subsequent to that, as the council had directed, the option is to go out and do an RFP and see who else is out there who might be able to help facilitate us. So that's staff's presentation. We're available for any other questions or comments.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Quick question. Do we have HDL in the audience today?
Yes, we do.
Can they come to the podium?
Yes, ma'am.
Quick question. Were you here on February 21st when we had our review of the applications?
Councilmember Ibarra, keep in mind, we're just talking about number 14.
Correct, but this has to do with number 14 because we're going to give them another contract. I want to make sure that they're going to follow through and not leave us without any information on the scoring process. I just wanted to ask that question.
Just so that I think the reason this question was asked by another council member, and yeah, I think you'd stepped out and you had just returned, but the scope of services are different, and that's what the staff was just explaining right now, just so that you know that.
So what was the answer?
The answer is that yes.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I'm looking at packet page 424. Under discussion, it says, okay, the requested change includes 1, paying the contract open balance for Phase 3 of the application review process in the amount of $17,062.50. What services were rendered that constitute that $17,062.50?
We went over budget in the third phase due to timing, and we couldn't pay it because it was outside the scope of that.
And what services were provided?
I'll let Mike speak to that. It was Phase 3, I believe.
So Phase 3 consisted of the interview process with the applicants. So we not only had the first round of interviews scheduled, but we also had 3 subsequent days scheduled, and that put us over budget in that respect.
Okay, so that was not anticipated?
Not originally, no.
Okay. And what triggered that? Here's the problem I have. I mean, you can't spend money that you don't have, and if the contract wasn't clear in terms of what services were to be provided, I'm a little concerned about the integrity not only of that prior contract, but what that may establish as a precedent or a behavior on the part of this particular provider of services going forward. I'm very concerned that we have a balance remaining on a prior contract that we now have to true up. That causes me a lot of concern.
I certainly understand your concern. In this case, we would have held up the process, so we made the decision to go ahead and get it through so we could get the permits done and come back to you for
What happens if we don't approve this tonight? What happens to that $17,062.50?
We're not authorized to pay them.
Okay. And I think, well, now that raises some other concerns, because I think we do have some control issues here in the city, and it particularly concerns me that we're spending money on consultants and not having adequate controls within our contracting process to prevent these types of overruns. We had an item on our last council agenda to address a lack of budget control, and this is starting to indicate to me perhaps a chronic control issue in terms of, and I don't know if it's a contractor issue, I don't know if it's a finance issue, I don't know how we get to, but I'll tell you what, if I, as an employee, had an overage like this and I went to my boss and said, oh, by the way, we owe money to a whoa. I fear the conversation that I would have with my boss. This type of thing just can't be happening. And I do have some concern about the performance of this particular contractor in light of some of the very significant challenges we face. And it's an issue of trust. Can I trust that we're going to be provided the services we're paid for? Or are we going to end up with another situation where we owe, quote unquote, a balance for services? I don't have a lot of confidence in this vendor anymore. And I'm just going to come out and say it. I don't have a lot of confidence, and I don't know if I can support this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette.
Your point is well taken. However, I don't think it's probably the vendor's fault. And I certainly don't want to throw our staff under the bus either. This was quite a process that we went through. It was new for everybody involved. It's my understanding that HDL is the preeminent expert in this particular area of new law in the state of California. I don't think we can hold a vendor hostage. They showed good faith in going ahead with it, and staff showed good faith to the people applying for the applications. We all were clamoring to keep the process moving along, and I think the vendor showed good faith in going ahead and providing more service than we maybe had originally contracted for. Is that fair to say? And with the understanding that we would pay them when it came time. Well, go ahead, Henry.
Yeah, I guess my question is, what was done differently in Phase 3 than what was actually planned for? Because here's my whole thought process. We hire consultants to consult, to provide their expertise, to provide us with a sense of what, my understanding was the job was to help us understand what the process needed to be. And clearly, we were in a position where the process kind of got away from us. And part of me says, what are you paying a consultant for if the process gets away from you to the point where you end up owing more money at the end than what was originally agreed to? Part of me says, did the consultant do their job? I mean, as a if I were consulting, I'd be embarrassed to come back to somebody later and say, oh, by the way, I'm consulting you, but it ends up costing us more than what we thought it was going to cost us, so now we need more money. I mean, how could I ever become a consultant again? I mean, that's what you hired me to do, was provide that expertise. So part of me says, I don't know. I don't know if I can trust their consulting expertise if we're having to pay a balance on a Phase 3 process that they helped develop and construct. So that's my point.
If I could, Council. Oh, I'm sorry.
So for the benefit of council, I wish I was here during the process. Unfortunately, I wasn't, but one of my staff was. I think she can provide some clarity since she was here on the ground providing coordination between the city manager's office and also the consultant too. So Stephanie.
Sure. Yeah, so during Phase 3, staff had actually asked HDL to do additional work outside of what they had already done in the first round of interviews. we asked them to conduct 3 extra rounds of interviews in an effort to push the applicants through, get them in the process so that we can help facilitate the applications. So this was work that we asked them to do. Also, speaking to budgetary concerns, each one of those applicants paid to be part of Phase 3. So we have collected the fees in order to pay the amount that's remaining on the contract. So we've collected those fees from the applicants. All we need to do is transfer those funds into this account to be able to pay the contractor, HDL.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ibarra.
Henry, if you're okay, I don't mind doing the motion that we reject this contract.
I think, if we're going to be putting forward $150,000, I think we need to go out and make sure that we're getting the best service for what we're paying for.
So, if I may, my original motion was to contract with them so there isn't a gap in service. These people that we're awarding licenses to, these applicants we're awarding licenses to, they've waited long enough. We start with them, but I would like that the council here direct staff to immediately draft up an RFP and that be sent out, and then then we can choose among the best ones, the contract, the consultant that's going to do the best work for us and provide the best level of service. Councilmember Charette had mentioned that they are highly regarded in this industry. So if they do prove through their proposal that they would best benefit our city than any other contractor, then we should go with them, despite kind of our storied history. But if there's another contractor who could do a better job, then that's what we needed to get done. Part of this also is that when we contract with them, we're able to pay what's due to them. We need to be a world-class city, and if we're not a world-class city if we're bailing out on payments we owe to consultants, regardless of whether we think it was done right or not. That $17,000 is owed to them, and we can't be a city that's bailing out on our what we need to pay out. So I move again that we award this contract, but it also directs staff to drop the RFP and send out to consultants.
Okay, Councilmember Nickel.
Well, I'm just looking at the scope of work here. So objective 1 is compliance inspections. I assume that compliance inspections will be done on operators that are, in fact, operating, right? So they would have already got their licenses, they would have already got their permits, they would already be operating, correct?
Can let our HDL rep speak to that.
That is correct. The
Right.
inspections and audits would only be conducted on those
Right.
who've been licensed.
So none of what I see in the scope is oriented toward providing any assistance to get the current applicants to get licensed. All of these services are intended to be provided once they get their licenses. So I don't see what process is being held up in terms of the applicants getting their licenses by not moving forward with this. The only thing that won't occur but for us doing an RFP, and my understanding is a lot of them won't get their licenses for quite some time still. They still have to go through a process to get their state permits and go through that. So we're probably looking at when do we anticipate the first applicants are likely to become operational? When do we anticipate?
There's one thing before becoming operational, and that's their assistance with reviewing the construction drawings. We actually have two
And
applicants.
is that part of the scope here?
Yes, it is part of the scope.
What
we try to do is generalize what their scope is and go back to the contract. It's more detailed. But really we have two applicants who have submitted their construction drawings for review right now.
Okay, because I didn't see construction. Is construction drawings anywhere in here?
Councilman, that would actually be encompassed in Objective 3 in their technical help and support for staff. So they're able to dedicate time to us so that we can utilize them for plan check, and that's what we intend to do. That way we can make sure the applicants are state compliant with all regulations.
Okay, so that would become then that's 30 hours at no charge. So once we go past that 30 hours, we're going to get charged.
Correct, yeah. So we have two that have come in, are pending. Staff has looked at the plans. We just need to get the consultant on board to do their review so we can move on to the next step. The other aspect is we have recently heard that a third one will be submitting for plan check shortly. So we need
Is
to be
30
able to-
hours enough?
I think so.
Are we going to come back with another request for more money?
No. I would, go ahead.
Okay.
If I can speak to that, that's why we've built in a 10% contingency on the contract. We
Okay.
want to avoid having to come back, so we've planned for
Yeah,
that.
well, I'll be honest, this is the first time I heard that we had a balance owed, and that really troubles me because we're a city that has some very serious fiscal challenges. We cannot allow contracts to be overrun. We have to have controls in place that ensure that that does not happen. So I'm not going to say, cast aspersion in terms of who did it or why, but that just can't happen. I had people calling me saying, what's going on? How on earth are they spending money they don't have authority to spend? I mean, that's how you end up in a hole, and we can't be doing that. We ended up in a hole last council meeting, and I have real problems when contracts aren't adhered to, because I work in contracts and I know you don't, it's just something you don't do. So I'll go ahead, I'll support the motion since I do want to make sure that we're moving this process forward. I want to be on the record, I'm not comfortable with this. I don't like that we're just extending contracts with somebody that, personally, I think we probably need to go out and make sure that we're getting the best service for the money that, to your point, it's not really us that are paying these costs, it's the actual applicants themselves, and I've heard a lot of concern about the process that they encountered. So we have to be service-oriented as well as fiscally oriented. So I will support the motion for tonight, but I think we need to do a better job. Yes. Thanks.
Councilmember Charette.
You said it. We need to do a better job. And I think if we send a message to a consultant that staff is going to ask them to do something and they agree to do it on good faith, that we're going to pay them for that additional cost. I'm not casting aspersions. I'm not saying that you all did something wrong. I think you had clear direction to keep the process moving along, and that's what you were doing, and you had some rationale on why you could get away with asking them to do more without coming to us first. That might be a problem, and we should be looking at that. But we certainly don't want to send the message to the consultant world or to outside vendors that we're going to get you in here and we're going to get a contract, and then we're going to say, oh, by the way, we need a little bit more work done, so would you just mind doing that for us? But we'll pay you. Don't worry about it. We'll pay you. And then it comes to the council and we say, oh, nope, we're not going to pay you because it's a cost overrun. Well, this doesn't sound like it was a cost overrun. It sounds like they provided the services that we asked them to give us, and we asked them to give them more. Is that a fairly simple characterization? Okay, and so we did, and we're going to back you up because that's what we do, is back up our staff, and we pay our bills. And that's the image that I want to have here. Do we have some procedural problems? Do we have some things? Are we short-staffed throughout the whole city? Come on, everybody's looking for free, more libraries, more animal shelters, more cops, more licenses, more, but we don't even have a full. You have a full complement of staff in your department?
Currently, no.
Do we in any department in the city, Ms. City Manager? No, we don't. Do we, Trish? You're just out there just filling up you're looking for more potholes to fill because you're all caught up, right? Let's be realistic here that we are in difficult times. We're in very difficult times. And we need to stop spending money, just like we did tonight, by not moving to IVDA. And we need to start looking at those kinds of things, and we need to stop making promotions maybe. I'm sorry to the staff, but it happened in Houston today. I won't quote that because I don't have it clear in my mind, but public safety was laying off 200 firefighters or something. I'm not sure it had to do with budgets, but it had something to do with budgets. Anyway, all cities are tight. We are, and we know that, and we have been presented with this information for quite some time now. You want to start the clock? or cut me off?
That might be a good idea.
Or cut me off.
What we want to do is we just want to keep the meeting going because we still have public here to make.
But I think I've made my point here, and I think it's important that we do support this idea. I'm a little unsure how we approve a contract to move forward for this scope of work and then go out to bid. And so do we get halfway done and say, oh, somebody's giving a better bid and we cut you off? I'm a little unsure of that.
So we have a motion on the floor.
Yes, but I have a question too. The original contract actually isn't in here. It's just the amendment. So the original contract has a clause that we have the right to terminate, right? With maybe a
Yes,
you know what? I'd like to
yes.
know for sure.
Yes, I will tell you that the
Oh,
original,
okay.
all of our professional services.
Good, I just want to make sure
contracts
that.
allow you an opportunity to terminate.
To terminate, okay, yeah, so then.
What are you suggesting we approve?
So that we actually approve this contract for now, so that they can continue to do the work, so that the licensees or the licensees can continue moving forward without delay. But then in the meantime, direct staff to draw up the RFP, bring that forward. We make a decision. We may or may not award to HDL or to a consultant who's going to do a better job for us or benefit the city. So at that time, we can cancel the contract that we're approving right now and award the contract to whoever wins that bid. Does that work?
Councilmember, would you be open to giving a certain amount of time to do this so that they know what they're in for when they agree to this contract? I don't know how long it'll take to go out for an RFP. Would you give them
I had a conversation with staff.
perform?
Yeah, I know. I
Okay.
think that that needs to be done as soon as possible. So I did have a conversation with staff here, and we need to be cognizant of the fact that the staff here is very busy. So I'd like to know how long it will take for you guys to draft up the RFP, what would be the customary time to have that RFP out there in public, and then award a new contract.
So what I
How long
might
would that take?
suggest is that it's a timing issue. And so as I understand, the contract before you is for a multi-year, 3-year term. And so what you may want to do just is say that that the term, you can do this tonight, is shorten the term, tell the staff, give the staff enough time so they feel comfortable and our applicants get their projects reviewed, and shorten the term. If you want that term to be 6 months or 9 months or a year. But certainly, it doesn't sound, what I'm afraid of is if you're going to offer them a 3-year contract, and then in the middle of their 3-year contract, go out and do an RFP and then terminate, let's be realistic. If you want to offer them a shorter term, everything in here, and then go out and do an RFP. If you need to extend their term because we don't finish the RFP, we can always do that.
Well, the thing is, my biggest concern about why I want to award the contract right now is I don't want there to be another delay.
It won't delay it, but do you want to give them a 3-year term?
No.
That's why I'm
But
suggesting.
we can cancel this at any time, right?
You can, but but if you don't intend to give them a 3-year term, why give them a 3-year term? So I think the recommendation in listening to what you want is to suggest that you shorten the term, approve the contract, let them do the work, let them do an RFP, and this consultant can compete in that RFP process.
Okay, so when can we expect an RFP to be drafted up?
So as far as it stands right now, you have to understand we're right in the budget part of the season, so to say, and there's a number of other things. There's another RFP going to have to put together for a shopping center across the street also. So trying to balance all that, I'd say at least 60 days to get it out on the street so I can work with finance and procurement so we can get it out on the street, and then make sure we give people adequate time and give us a chance to actually, reach out and identify other potential companies.
So give me a timetable from today, if you were to start this whole process as soon as you reasonably can.
So we'll say 60 days to get it out on the street.
Uh-huh.
And then what's the typical processing times? At 30 or 45 days response?
I believe we can leave it open for
60,
30 days. We can
90.
leave it open for 6 weeks. we would like to allow ample time for companies to be able to put together comprehensive proposals.
Yeah.
So we're talking 30, 60, and then I will say 120 days. I mean, all
4
things being
months,
equal,
4 months. So
4
can
to
we,
5 months.
can we approve a 5-month contract? 6? We'll just do a 6-month contract? In the meantime, staff would be drafting up everything. We'd get those proposals back, and then we can bring it before the council. HCL, of course, is welcome to apply also, and then we can award a 3 or 5-year contract or however long we want. Would that be?
So Councilmember Sanchez, can you please repeat your motion?
It's going to take about 5 minutes.
Make it short. You only have that. You don't have that much more time.
I'd be happy to help
Can you please? Yes.
So he wants to approve a 6-month contract and direct staff to issue an RFP to come back in 5 months' time. So.
Okay, yeah, so first of all, we don't even have the contract in front of us. Can we award a 6-month contract? We can't do that, can we? Yes. We can? Okay, so first, award the 6-month contract. Second, direct staff to draw up an RFP.
Yes. Would you want to do a 6-month extension, just in case option for an extension?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So that would be a 6-month contract with an option of a 6-month extension and direct staff to draw up an RFP.
Yes.
So do we have a second?
I'll second it. Does it include paying the money in the rear?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll second that.
Okay.
So let's take the vote.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just have to tell you, my understanding is we did have a member of the audience who put a card in to speak on this item. The Brown Act does require you to take public comment on an item before you vote on it, so we will have to call up that individual or individuals.
Can you please state your name when you come to the mic, please?
Sure, Ms. Richard. My name is Dr. Siraj. I'm with ECS Labs, a cannabis micro-business applicant who's entered the long game with litigation and short game with the with the hopes of gaining a cannabis license. The cannabis licensing process was a stress test for the city's cannabis consultant, HDL. The results, a complete and utter failure. HDL was tasked with Phase 2 scoring. After a disgraceful performance, the city lost confidence in HDL's Phase 2 scores, and the scores were ultimately vacated. The applicants paid $80,000 to HDL for Phase 2 scores and received nothing in return. If the $80,000 came from the city's coffer, I'm sure that Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Ibarra and other council members would be asking HDL tough questions. Phase 3 scoring was conducted by city staff at a cost of $70,000 paid by the cannabis applicants, which was earmarked for the city, not HDL. However, there's an outstanding invoice from HDL for $17,000 for Phase 3. This suggests that HDL was involved in Phase 3 scoring, a direct violation of the application guidelines. I can produce an email from Ms. Sanchez that said HDL had no role in Phase 3 outside of walking the applicants into the room and out of the room. HDL did nothing in Phase 3. If any of the Phase 3 fees went to HDL, it needs to be disclosed to the City Council. Let's do a complete audit of every penny paid to HDL by the city before the proposed $770,000 contract is granted. HDL considers themselves as subject matter experts in cannabis licensing regulations and consulting. If they're experts, why was the licensing process such a catastrophic failure with HDL at the controls? If HDL is a subject matter expert, why didn't they make themselves available to answer questions during the 4-phase meeting or even tonight? If HDL is a subject matter expert, why couldn't they land the plane safely without getting the city entangled in 6 to 7 lawsuits, as stated by Mr. Dunn this morning, and potentially upending the entire process? Instead, HDL crashed the plane into the ground, and here we are considering a 5-year contract for $770K. Such a decision would be wrong, indefensible, and irresponsible. HDL is selling the contract to the city, claiming that all $770K will be coming from the cannabis applicants. Please don't be fooled by this. I refer you to application packet 437 under additional services. The bills will keep coming. Please consider the following as you deliberate. consider doing this work in-house, approximately $260,000 per year in a total licensing fees. The city can hire an individual by the city's cannabis and make that individual a cannabis czar, plus additional staff to conduct on-site inspections and financial audit. Let's build an internal team instead of handing the over $770K to HDL. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Nickel.
Yeah, I just need clarification on the motion. How much money are we committing to this extension?
As of right now, the open invoice of the 17,000, just over 17,000. And if we're only looking at a 6-month contract with a 6-month possible extension for the first year, we're only looking at the 149,000.
Plus the 17.
Plus the
Okay,
17.
I want to make sure I'm not approving $700,000. Okay, thank you.
And that's for the benefit of the council also. We only have 2 applications that have been submitted. As has been shared with council, we may get a third one in. We don't guarantee. So at the end of the day, I doubt we will expend the total amount.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. And for clarification, the annual rate was 174,000, correct? 149?
600.
Okay, so 149 divided by 12?
Well, divided by 2, yeah.
Why divided by?
6 months.
Well, I was thinking 149 for the year.
It is.
Will be divided by 12. So if you divide by 12 for the 12 months, it'd be 12,400 a month.
So we'll give them 6 months.
So 12,416 times 6 months, that's only 74,500 plus the 17. It's not the 149 total.
With the potential of a 6-month extension, it might add up to that. So it's not to exceed the 149,600.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please state your name.
Ben Eilenberg. This actually isn't the item I'm submitted a public speaker slip on, but I actually happen to have a copy of the full HDL contract on my computer. I know that Councilman Sanchez was hoping to look at the termination provisions. I'm happy to lend him my computer for a minute if he wants to read it.
I don't think. Yes.
Okay, good enough.
Thank you.
This is, I think, opens up an opportunity.
So we.
For Sonia to read out what that is, because I want to make sure that.
This is the original, this is the one that has already expired.
Correct. I've queued it up to the termination provisions for you.
So, I didn't read.
I can just tell you that we do have provisions in here in the old contract, which I assume have been duplicated in the new contract, which are termination for convenience, meaning no fault, and you also have a termination for default, meaning for lack of performance.
But we're amending that contract, right? This is an amendment to that contract.
Yes, but you're only amending the compensation section and the scope of work, as I understand it. Yes, so these termination provisions will remain.
So we have a first and a second.
Yes.
Can we please vote?
And, okay, so on item 14, the motion was to approve a 6-month contract with a 6-month option and direct staff to draw up an RFP. And the motion was made by Mr. Sanchez, it was seconded by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 4-1 with Ms. Ibarra voting no and Mr. Mulvihill absent.
Thank you. Now we'll move into our public hearings part of the meeting. Gigi, can you swear anybody in that wishes to speak on these?
May I?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We skipped number 27 under staff reports when we went into break.
Yes.
On the Sturgis.
Thank you. So we'll
Move to approve.
Second. Number 27, move to approve.
This is on the transfer of the Sturgis to the district.
Okay. So moved approval and a second?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready to take the vote?
Yep.
If they're ready to vote. Can I ask a question?
Question.
Okay, Councilmember Ibarra?
This is the Sturgis, right?
Yes.
In the California Theater, we're taking an action to retain them both for government use and public performances and cultural events. So we're going to retain them. They're both historical buildings. They're formerly owned by the Redevelopment Agency. And that's why you see a complicated matter on your agenda. We have to take several actions to ensure this happens, including an agreement with the taxing entities.
Somebody's got their mic.
So,
Mic. Okay, mics were on. Sorry about that. I thought this was for us to retain California Theater. That's still
Correct.
going. And then I'm somewhat concerned with giving the Sturgis at no cost. I mean, is there? I believe during the agenda review we spoke about 4 times that we can use it 4 times a year. That's all. That's all.
We just think it would be better utilized by the school district. It's on their property. They're currently redoing their entire campus. They have a development going on there, and I think that they'll better utilize it. This is a successor agency property meant to sell, so we wouldn't end up with any cash value out of it anyway. So it'd be better utilized with the school district.
Are we just doing a poor job at maintaining the property? Is that?
No, not at all. We're currently maintaining, but the TAI that's operating the California Theater are also operating Sturgis. They will just transfer to the school district. We don't have any benefit from it at this point.
Thank you. Call for the question.
and Mr. Shard? So on item 27, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 4-0 with Sandra Ibarra abstaining.
Okay, thank you. Item number 28, public hearings. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the council on any items 28 through 28 and 29? Seeing none, Ms. City Manager, item number 28, modification of underground utility.
I'll turn it over to Alex who's going to speak on it.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you tonight is the recommendation that we're looking for is to conduct a public hearing regarding the modification of underground utility district number 20 along 40th Street between Kendall Drive and Palm Drive, and to adopt resolution number 2019-61 of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving the modification of the underground utility district number 20 along 40th Street between Kendall Drive and Palm Drive. I can go through details if you would like me to.
All right, there's a motion for approval.
Second.
And a second. Okay, if there's no questions, let's cast our vote, please.
Mr. Sanchez, I heard you second, didn't I? Yes. On item 28, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, second by Mr. Sanchez, and the item passes 5-0.
Very good. Item number 29, draft fiscal year of 2019-20 annual action plan. Ms. City Manager.
Mayor, we're asking for a continuance on this item.
There's a second with
I'll second.
Nickel. All right. Members would cast their vote, please.
Do you have a continuation date?
Yes, I believe it will have to be the next meeting because the plan is due. The ad hoc committee wanted a chance to meet again.
Very good. If members would cast their vote, please.
On item 29, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 30 is matters of council interest, and I will look to our city manager. City Manager?
Mayor, this was my attempt to put everything all in one staff report because we've been carrying these items over and over so we could take some action on them. So on packet page 939, if you'll take a look at the conclusion, I've taken each one of these 6 items and offered a recommendation. And if you agree with those recommendations, or I can read them one by one, and when we would be bringing them back, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
We've got
with your recommendations and move to accept your recommendations.
All right, item number 30 with those recommendations. Is there a second to Councilman Charette?
Yes, I move. I'll second. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay, Ms. City Manager, on the second point where it says reactivating the Cannabis Committee, Citizen Advisory Committee, that should be the Community Development Citizen Advisory Committee. We want also the Charter Review Committee to start their meetings. And I believe on March 6th, I sent an email. The other one that is not here is the compensation for elected officials committee.
Okay, that one only meets as needed, and it's already met this year in the compensation. It's an ad hoc, so it meets as needed, which that was taken care of already this year. The Citizen Advisory Committee was actually changed to the CDBG Ad Hoc Committee, which you're part of and you've been meeting, so that committee no longer exists. And then the Cannabis Committee is also an ad hoc that met to establish the regulatory rules, and so they would meet if we were to discuss those again.
So for clarification, Citizen Advisory Committee, who was that going to be?
That was abolished. It was turned into the CDBG Ad Hoc Committee.
Okay, does that conclude your comments, Councilmember?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, there's a motion and a second. If members would please cast their vote.
Okay, on item 30, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. That concludes our matters of council interest. We will now go back into our public comments. So I will call your name. We'll use two podiums. Rabbi Cohn, Ben Eilenberg, Jason Desjardins, Brenda Lynch. Brenda, I already recognized you, so we'll continue on to Carmel Rowe and Mr. Heredia. Are there any members that I just called? Mr. Eilenberg, you're welcome. Come on in.
I think the rabbi left.
All right. She's on deck somewhere here in the pile. Mr. Eilenberg, go ahead, sir. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm actually here on somewhat the same issue that I was here the last time we met, which is my concern that certain items aren't making it onto the city council agenda. As you know, at the last meeting, I brought up the fact that my client had prevailed in one of the pieces of litigation with the city. All that's waiting is the attorney's fees motion, and we were willing to walk away from that attorney's fees in order to help fund the animal shelter here in San Bernardino. That never appeared on the closed item agenda. It never appeared on the open item agenda. And frankly, it didn't appear tonight either. So we're worried that things aren't showing up. I'm going to give two other examples. Number one, Councilman Charette, in a recent interview with the San Bernardino Sun, as reported on April 11th, said that he wishes that they could put the animal shelter back on the agenda, and that he wishes he could change his vote. Well, when he made the comment, he said, well, we couldn't do an emergency meeting in time. It's now 3 weeks later, and what isn't on our agenda tonight? Well, the animal shelter. There's plenty of time for Councilman Charette to have put it on the agenda, but we seem to have avoided that topic. The third example, at the last council meeting, and I'll get the exact language so that I'm actually factually correct here. At the last meeting, Councilman Nichol and Councilman Charette put forward a motion that would eliminate the 600-foot non-conforming residential restriction regarding commercial cannabis licenses. My client submitted a timely administrative appeal of this action, which under the municipal code was required to be agenda'd for tonight, and guess what didn't make the agenda tonight? So, unfortunately, that means another lawsuit gets filed tomorrow. We've heard from the city attorney that in fact that vote was a legal nullity, and hopefully we'll get confirmation from this council that that vote was a legal nullity, and then we won't need to deal with the litigation. But the problem is that there are a lot of issues that the city council seems to either purposefully or because staff is choosing not to bring it to them, not be addressing. And ultimately, that's worrisome because the city council here is the ultimate authority in dealing with things, and items shouldn't be ducked. They should be brought to the city council, and the city council should vote on the matter, consider it, have hearings. So that's why I'm here. Frankly, I'm just tired of the fact that lawsuits seem to keep on needing to be filed over things that could be dealt with by the city council if it was being kept informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really feel like the last issue must be responded to. With respect to our agenda items, as you know, staff has had an informal policy which will be formalized by actions that you've taken tonight on that ordinance, that any one of you can ask for an item through the mayor or individually to ask that an item be placed on the agenda. But just because you do that doesn't mean that we take action. We need to take direction from 4 of you, at least the majority. We don't take action from 1. That's with respect to the comment about the animal control shelter. With respect to the last, and that was requested, so. That's correct, and that's the point, is that we staff respond to the majority of council members when you give us direction. The second point, and this is really, really important, is planning staff gave you an update on the cannabis regulations and asked you as council, what do you want to do? And you made a motion giving them direction to look at the locational requirements. Well, we can't amend an ordinance by a motion, by a minute action, by a vote. Do you know how you amend an ordinance? You come back with another ordinance. And so staff is working on that ordinance. They're preparing it. My understanding is for the June 5th meeting. So I understand that the speaker who doesn't understand municipal law and practice as we do is making the point that you had a motion and therefore it was done. No, it wasn't done. It was direction given to staff. And that's why we're coming back with the ordinance. So that's the explanation of that issue. If you don't understand that, I don't know how to explain that any clearer. But in law, you don't amend a law with a motion, you amend it with another law.
Our next speaker is Carmel Rowe, Jorge Heredia, Sanaya Thomas, Jennifer Kane. Any individuals? Seeing none, moving on to Majid Siraj. He spoke. Mr. Jessica Lopez, Albert De La Vega, and Heather Perry. Yes. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, and thank you for having us. This is a very long meeting, guys, so I appreciate your patience in the past. I wanted to speak again about the animal shelter. I'm with Paw Mission, and we're a nonprofit organization, and well, I was hoping that it would be on the ballot at least for the RFP to issue out for an adoption center, hopefully with an intake center. I wanted to give a couple of updates as far as what I sent out. I just emailed you guys at the beginning of the email the proposal that I issued to the Animal Control Commission in January of this year. And that was to operate the Animal Adoption Center that the Animal Control Commission had asked in December for. So I just resubmitted that to you guys so you guys could take a look at what I was proposing back in January. Since then, the people who have started supporting Paw Mission has increased. We've been recipients of grants from PetSmart Charities, Petco Foundation, Maddie's Fund, Best Friends Animal Society, Found Animals Foundation, and American Pets Alive. And oh, and we also were able to have verbal agreements with both Best Friends as well as the ASPCA animal relocation programs. And so we are very much in hopes of having that RFP issued so that way we can answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, David Friedman, Brenda Garber, Cora Meyer, Carolina Verduzco, Cheryl Brown. Ms. Brown, welcome.
Hey, Cheryl.
11:30?
Welcome.
God.
Are you refreshed? Ready to go? You're recognized,
You
ma'am.
know what?
Good to
Thank
see you.
Thank you. It's very good to see you. You know, I haven't been around in a long time down here to the city council. but I do watch you on television, and more importantly, Hardy Brown watches you on television every single week, every single meeting. You know, I'm here tonight to talk about the library, and I know it's not on the agenda, but I think that every week we should have somebody talking about the library until you pull it off the agenda for cuts. Libraries are the lifeblood of a community. A library can be the basis of our comeback for this city, and it's a city responsibility. I'm on the Library Foundation. We have paid for items to support the library in San Bernardino. We have updated the technology to the tune of $300,000 that we paid for. We have, for servers and computers. We have, we're buying the, for the Makerspace program, little project that they're doing, we're purchasing the 3D printer. We have a fairly new program, which is American Girl Dolls. American Girl Dolls cost $125, and our kids in our city, parents can't afford dolls like that. But the dolls have quite a value in that they have a book that comes with them. It tells their story. They're all different races of children. And a girl can come down there and check it out. They take, they take a journal, and they journal the week that they have this doll. It's a very, very wonderful program. And our librarian, Ed Erjvik, has been very supportive. And I think he's still here, hanging in. And he's been very supportive of that program. Now, I think that libraries are so important that when you look at what, you look at what it is that your city needs. Our city needs more. Yeah, we need more of everything, but we especially need the libraries. And I want to say that Mr. Dale Carnegie and Miss Dorothy Ingram will be turning over in their graves, because I made a promise to her that we would keep the libraries, and especially the Dorothy Ingram Library. Now, on June 20th, we have a man by the name of Jules Burgess who's coming, and he most recently has worked for UCR, and he's an archivist. He'll be speaking at our annual meeting. I would love to have you represented at that annual meeting. I think we've invited you already, Mayor, and I want to see you there. But we've got San Bernardino. We are on the bottom of everything. We have got to do better in the city of San Bernardino.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Our next speaker, Wendy Ewell and Celine Perez. Hi, Wendy. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. It's nice to be here tonight. I'm not the typical speaker that comes out and joins all the city councils, but I do listen and I do have my voice heard where I can. I do want to speak on the library as well tonight. I'm here to support Ms. Lynn. We are moms, all of us, and we come together, and I am a mom of 4 children, 5 and under, and my life is very busy. And right now my kids, I don't qualify for preschools and different things like that. So I take my children to the library, and I take my children to the parks, and I take my children out to do these types of things. And I'm just concerned that if we take these things away, where do I take them? You know, it's hard to stay at home all the time and be the mom that can't comprehend, all these different things that are going on. But I can get out and I can go see my girlfriends, and I can have my kids socialize and learn songs and listen to stories, and it brings joy to their faces. They go and they pick out their little books. They earn their In-N-Out cheeseburgers. They do all these different things with the community. It takes me downtown. I go to In-N-Out downtown when I take those cheeseburgers there. It's just a great experience, and my kids love it. I've been going for the last 4 years, and I just think it would be such a disservice to our community if we lose that. I love the library. I think it's very well run. I think that they just do an excellent job of just showing how much they love us. We feel the community there. It is the meat. One of the girls who couldn't come tonight, she sent a letter, and I just want to read a quick an excerpt from it. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But she said, "I'm a new resident of San Bernardino and have found great use of the public libraries. I'm a full-time homemaker and caregiver for my children. My family has limited finances and I have limited transportation. This is challenging because I have 2 young toddlers who are very deserving of opportunities to learn and to develop their social and academic skills. Many research studies reveal that the first 5 years of life are crucial to development. I have utilized the library facilities, materials such as books, and especially any of their special programs and events. One of the greatest things I have found since my arrival has been the libraries. Not only have my children grown exponentially in their academic and social skills, but I have fostered friendships with other families there. This truly gives us a sense of community. That is the meat, so to speak, that we need in a city. That connectivity is priceless and powerful. This is not a socioeconomically high city. Many of us do not have or meet the requirements for programs that offer higher education opportunities. We may also have limited access to these possibilities for our families. Please do not take the only public place that has helped me and my family connect to the city. Having multiple branches has really made this an accessible resource for me. And I feel that's true. I look at, we live up on the north end in the 5th District, and you know, we had to close some of our fire stations and things, and all I see now, they're all boarded up, and I just don't want to look at these buildings, these beautiful libraries, and see them boarded up. I want to make use of them, and I just urge you guys to vote with your hearts. Thank you.
Thank you. Celine Perez, I don't know if she's still here. Celine? All right, Councilmember Nickel, you have a email you'd like to read?
Yes, I received this letter from a constituent. This is from Ms. Kim Knaus of the 5th Ward. When we started the Verdemont Revitalization Project, one of the many things we wanted to do was highlight the positives. We hear so much about the negatives. So we intentionally seek out the good things about our city and try to highlight them. But I have to be honest, sometimes that's easier said than done. The impending outsourcing of the animal shelter, talks about closing libraries, and the grim portrait that was revealed showing the city's bleak finances. These things leave an unfortunate narrative to tell. But even with that being said, I still have so much hope. I see so much potential in our city, so many opportunities for this city to truly rise. Visiting the trendy tea shop Viva La Boba, the little art gallery, the San Bernardino Business Chamber of Commerce mixer at the new 320 Premier Hall, and the downtown market night brought me back to our downtown and helped me remember how truly beautiful it is. It made me feel encouraged that our downtown was finally experiencing the beginning of a renaissance. A market night may seem like something unimportant and more of a nuisance. However, I ask you see it from a different perspective. I ask that you look at the benefits and opportunities something like a market night can bring. At a time when city services are being diminished, I ask that you consider ways to not only balance the budget, yet also maintain the quality of life for us residents. We have not given up on this city. We are the ones who have chosen not to put up for sale signs. We are the ones choosing to raise our children in this city and send them to our school districts. But even more, we have chosen to be engaged, involved, and try to help, to try and be part of the solutions. Our city far too often has been known as unbusiness friendly. Please, let's not be known for being constituent unfriendly also. In regard to Agenda Item 25, I respectfully ask for more consideration, more community collaboration be taken prior to enacting any ordinances so that we can truly ensure a legal process is developed that is conducive to attributing to our city's economy while also uplifting small and micro businesses and the residents who fulfill to aim their entrepreneurial dreams. Let's work on being a city that not only fosters this but actively encourages it. I have provided a brief proposal of how our city can help Market Night come back to life again. We may not be sitting behind those tables with you, however, we are asking to be invited to the table. Let it truly be our turn, and let's help our city rise together. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your patience, and we thank you. It's 11:30, and we are done. So we'll call for the meeting for adjournment. The next joint, yes, council member?
Can we request an item be added to the next agenda?
What item, Pam?
I'd like to bring back the animal shelter for discussion.
Okay, Ms. City Manager.
Mayor, I'm going to put that back in your lap. You guys can vote on that.
Okay.
Are you asking me for an update on where we are?
Well, I think we're ready to adjourn, so if you have the voting, is that your request?
That's my request, to bring back that discussion. Being that several council members were trying to get a special meeting, I myself wasn't able to respond to that email, and I made that clear publicly, and I was later at a conference that same week.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a vote of the council to bring it back for discussion? We'll do a simple roll call, yay or nay. I want to encourage this council. We've made some deliberative moves already and decisions to outsource the animal shelter. This is in its final stage, and we need to move forward. I appreciate Councilmember Ibarra for bringing that back. This will be another opportunity. I just don't understand the rationale. But if you'd like to maybe explain a little bit more about that,
Well,
Councilmember.
So here's one issue I just want to explain to the council. So it isn't on the agenda. We do have a process that allows four of you to give direction for us to be put on the agenda. But we do need to know a little more about what your request is, because when the council takes an action and votes, there's a process for a motion for reconsideration of that vote that was taken. But as you know, under the rules, the motion must be brought at the next meeting immediately following the date where you took the action. So if you're asking for the item to be agendized to talk about something different than the vote that was already taken, that's lawful. If you're asking for this item to be re-agendized to reconsider the vote, then that would have had to have happened at the meeting. It would need to be posted at the next meeting immediately following the vote.
So that should have happened on April 3rd.
Yes.
Even
To
if they were calling for a
reconsider,
special meeting.
if it's a motion to reconsider the action that's already taken. If it's a new item, if it's new business, then you have the right to do that. Or if it, for example, you adopted a contract and 6 months later you wanted to terminate that contract, that's not reconsidering your action, that's a new action. So that's what we need to have more information about what you want to discuss.
Well, I want to actually revisit our vote from February of relieving our PD from animal shelter as soon as possible and open up the RFP, but I wanted the commissioners to give their blessing on that RFP before it came to us.
If I may, Mayor, I was directed to sign the agreement at that meeting on March 20th, and that has been done. So I'm not sure what action we'll be taking at the next meeting.
So you're publicly saying you signed the agreement and it hasn't come back to us to review
I was directed to sign it at the March 20th meeting.
Correct, and also on February 11th, we also voted to relieve our PD from oversight of the animal shelter, and that never happened either.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. There is no legal basis, and so we'll go ahead and call for an adjournment. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council, and the Mayor and City Council acting as a successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, will be held Wednesday, May 15th in this council chambers located at 201 North East Street. Closed session will begin at 5:30 p.m. and open session will begin at 7 p.m. Thank you and good evening.
We had a second, just so you know.